Chapter 383. After the machine was started, the nutrient solution rose in the chamber. North Star Blade's vision began to blur as he switched to the virtual interface. When the screen faded away and the character selection interface appeared, North Star Blade began to understand the introductions of each starting character. Suddenly, IKA poked his right hand and said, "Blade, wait for a moment. Sister Adam and the others have gone to Uncle Goo to collect the newly forged weapons. They'll take you to level up later." However, they knew nothing about guild operations. During this period, many players joined the Moonlight Guild that they established, but basically they did not stay for long and left. Therefore, the 5 of them had the idea of forming a big guild. After some discussion, they realized that they all had the same idea. "It's your turn, new member. Introduce yourself." After introducing all the members of the Moonlight Squad, Adam Inoue said with a smile. North Star Blade was taken aback. He couldn't help but glance at Ikazumi, and then said after some explanation, North Star Blade finally understood how to use the gaming chamber. Then he entered the gaming chamber according to the method taught by Adam and the others. The 4 of them did not look down on the one-armed North Star Blade, but deep down they were undoubtedly a little uncomfortable. Following the method taught by Adam, he clicked on the game icon of Battle Online. Therefore, they came up with the idea of recruiting core players in reality and recruiting a large number of players when the core team was strong enough. Gazing at the screen and listening to the old voice narrating the history of the Demon's Pine continent, North Star Blade slowly let down his guard and gradually immersed himself in the game. Naturally, they did not miss the opportunity to download the game when Battle Online was launched on the Asia server. Then, they brought him to the living room upstairs. After the discussion, Adam and the others decided to bring North Star Blade to level up. North Star Blade was stunned. After some thought, he said, "I don't have any objections." Little May. Therefore, during the 10 years in prison, he thought it through and gave up on the idea of swordsmanship. At this moment, North Star Blade was shocked again. He tried to raise his right arm and clenched his fist. The feeling was strange and familiar, but it was so real. Ikazumi pointed at North Star Blade as she spoke. "Sister Adam, the seniors in the Kendo Club don't like to play games. They're very old-fashioned, and I couldn't persuade them at all. So I went to the streets to look for people. Although I met a few people who played Battle Online, they were all unwilling to join our small club. He was the only one who was willing. One Blade, what a strange name. Do you know how to play games?" Little May jumped out and asked. The moment he entered the game, the vast demonic ridge continent appeared in front of him. Under Ikazumi's guidance, North Star Blade arrived at a villa on the outskirts of the town. Hearing this, Ikazumi pouted. The sky was filled with stars, and the town was brightly lit at night. There was no doubt that the gaming experience was extremely satisfying. However, as the Asia server was a region with many countries mixed together, there were bound to be conflicts between them. After that, Adami in no way provided his own villa in the suburbs and pooled funds with May and the others to purchase a batch of gaming chambers upstairs, intending to use it as the first stronghold of the guild's development. In truth, if she weren't Yumi, North Star Blade would have rejected her as well. At that time, May patted her chest and promised that there would be no problem. But the truth was that she messed it up. As if realizing something, Adami in no way quickly retracted his right hand, then extended his left hand with an apologetic look on his face. The people in this house were all gaming enthusiasts, and their families were very wealthy, including Iwaime, whose family owned a kendo club. It could be said that all of them were second-generation rich, and they were usually very good friends. All of this really shocked North Star Blade. However, since North Star Blade was already here, even though they felt helpless, they still brought North Star Blade to the second floor. They picked out a room for him and a dedicated gaming cabin. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered what Ikazumi had said to him back then. The first thing he thought of was sword, but after 10 years in prison, he felt that he would never touch a sword again. Hearing this, everyone's face showed an awkward smile, Then they all looked at Iwai. However, Iwai felt very embarrassed to go back like this, so she made a move to recruit people on the pedestrian street. However, in the face of Iwai's invitation, although the passers-by were curious, none of them agreed. Uncle Gu is a native here, which means he's an NPC. He's an intermediate blacksmith, very powerful, and can help us reforge and enhance the weapons we bought in the shop. As if they were discussing the crisis of their country. When the debate heated up, everyone's face turned red, leaving Northstar Blade dumbfounded. He could not believe that technology had developed so quickly in the past 10 years. 10 years ago, although he had not played games, he knew about the existence of virtual reality helmets, but he did not expect that technology had reached the point where he could immerse himself in the game. At this moment, he met Northstar Blade. Adami Inoue and the others had nothing to say to Iwai, who could find another excuse. This kind of domineering behavior caused many players to be dissatisfied, and they joined forces several times to fight back, finally suppressing the arrogance of the Indian players. We want an expert who can punish the Indian team who robbed our resources. Adami Inoue said helplessly, "Sword." His body trembled as he slowly raised his right hand. They had even blocked the entrance to the withered bone forest, forcing other players to pay to enter. "Who's Uncle Gu?" Northstar Blade could not help but ask curiously. He did not remember such a member of the Moonlight Party. "Little May, didn't I ask you to bring some experts from your kendo gym?" "He's the kendo gym expert?" A woman walked up to Little May, pointed at her head, and scolded softly. When it came to core players, the first person they thought of was Iwai. "Hello, my name is Adami Inoue. Nice to meet you. The Moonlight Society welcomes you." This time, the other 4 people raised their hands in agreement. "No, I've never played games before." Northstar Blade shook his head honestly. Northstar Blade smiled indifferently and also extended his left hand to shake Adami Inoue's. At this stage, the most powerful force in the Asia server was undoubtedly the Indian player camp. At this time, 2 men and 2 women were sitting on the sofa in the living room of the villa, chatting. When they saw the door open, their faces showed a look of anticipation. "You can call me One Blade." However, when they saw that there was only one person behind Iwai, and this person only had 1 arm, disappointment was written on their faces. It was precisely because of this environment that the players of the Asia server formed several camps, and each camp was a collective of players from their respective countries. Conflicts between them constantly intensified because of the Asia server's resources. Northstar Blade nodded, and then began to look around curiously. Practicing sword will was a huge burden and damage to his body. Even if he did not lose his right arm, according to the doctor, he only had 15 to 16 years to live. He had spent the last 10 years in prison, and there was not much time left. How could he wield a sword with such a crippled body? He recognized the identity of this person at a glance, and immediately stepped forward. After officially entering the game, he found himself in a huge square. The passers-by around him were dressed in a completely different style from the modern world, and the atmosphere was very ancient. It's shocking, isn't it? I was just like you when I played it for the first time. This game is groundbreaking. In order to get this game to be released in the Asia server earlier, I even went to the official forum to protest. Therefore, I might have contributed to the early release of this game. Iwai began her daily bragging again. Upon hearing this, Northstar Blade's expression froze. However, what made them helpless was that Northstar Blade did not know how to use the gaming cabin. They had no choice but to teach him step by step. What? Northstar Blade, who was about to ask, was suddenly stunned. He had lost a whole 10 years, so even when he entered the game, he did not pay attention to his right arm. However, when Iwai touched him just now, he actually felt the tactile feedback from his right arm again. There's strength in numbers. Although he only has 1 arm now, can't he recover in the game? Therefore, he's the #1 player in our human wave strategy. However, he felt guilty towards the Iwai family, and in the face of Iwai Mei's request, he still agreed. This was human nature. For unfamiliar and incomplete people, there would still be alienation in the depths of one's heart. After all, awareness and skill in the game were directly linked to reality. Iwai Mei's family was the owner of a kendo dojo and had many experts. Therefore, they sent Iwai Mei to recruit a few experts from the kendo dojo to join their team. North Star Blade's expression gradually turned resolute. Upon seeing this, Iwai Mei said guiltily. Upon hearing this, Atami Inoue turned to the other 4 people again and slammed the table. However, although there was no collective domineering behavior, the provocative behavior of the small groups was still ongoing. Among them, Iwai Mei's Moonlight team was the most affected. They were chased out by the Indian team several times while they were training in the Withered Bone Forest. It could be said that they had a deep grudge against them. At this time, a girl in leather armor not far away waved at him excitedly. After that, with Atami Inoue's introduction, North Star Blade shook hands with the other 3 people in the room one by one. Hee, you must be scared now. This is one of the dark technologies of Battle Online. All your flaws in reality can be restored in the game. My Battle Online is truly invincible. Iwai Mei continued to show off at the side as if the game was opened by her family. Her expression was filled with pride and arrogance. After that, they began to try to expand their guild. How does it feel? The realism of this game shocked him. As someone who had never played a game before, it was as if he had really transmigrated to another world and was not just playing a game. Isn't it just a game? North Star Blade listened quietly and did not say a word. By chance, he walked into the new world of Battle Online. By the way, Blade, what weapon are you used to using? Our Asian server has no restrictions on weapons. We're taking the evolutionary route. This is a major feature of our server. You can use anything. Then let's take Blade to level up today. Let's not fight with the Hindustanis for now and accumulate our strength. What do you think, Blade? At this time, Atami Inoue suddenly turned to look at North Star Blade, looking at Iwai Mei, who was very proud of herself. The rest of the people in the room also showed a helpless expression. They felt that it was really not reliable to let her do things. We'll wait for your legend to continue. None of the seniors were willing to join the Moonlight Corps guild that they had formed. Then, under North Star Blade's astonished gaze, the 5 of them began to discuss the enemy's tactics with a serious expression. In fact, North Star Blade did not know much about characters. After a while, he still followed Atami's recommendation and chose a strong paragon. It's a human wave tactic. He doesn't need a strong one. Let him choose a tank. Yes, that's it. As a country with a large population, they made full use of the human wave tactic in the game. They suppressed other forces in various ways and tyrannically seized resources. Chapter 384. Hearing North Star Blade mention the word sword, Ikazumi could not help but chuckle. Do you know how to use a sword too? Do you want me to teach you? I'm pretty good with a sword. When North Star Blade heard this, he shook his head. I know. Humph. Forget it if you don't want to learn. Don't blame me for not reminding you that you've already missed a chance to receive pointers from a master swordsman. You should know that others can't even get the chance to learn from me, even if they spend money. Growing up in the kendo gym, Ikazumi's swordsmanship was barely passable. However, facing North Star Blade, she could not help but feel a sense of superiority. She felt that although she could not compare to her senior brothers, she was definitely a master in front of North Star Blade. However, North Star Blade's rejection disappointed her. She felt that she had lost another chance to show off. Right, I'll transfer 50 soul coins to you. Go to the shop and buy a sword that you like. As she spoke, Ikazumi opened the trading interface and transferred 50 soul coins to North Star Blade. Although Ju Kazumi appeared to be very heroic, North Star Blade could still see the pain hidden deep within her expression. After opening the game shop interface, North Star Blade began to learn how to buy equipment under Ikazumi's guidance. Shop main page. Equipment category, weapon category, sword category. After choosing to enter the sword category, a dazzling array of sword-type weapons came into view. There were so many types that even a swordsman, like North Star Blade, was astonished. However, he could not buy all of these weapons. Many of them were extremely expensive. Coupled with the level restriction, he could not use them at all. Therefore, under Ikazumi's guidance, North Star Blade once again narrowed the range of weapon choices. He reduced the range of sword weapons to within 50 soul coins, and the level restriction was 0 to 5. However, the number of sword-type weapons that appeared in the shop interface was still incomparably large. Glancing at these weapons, North Star Blade began to choose his first weapon in the game. At this moment, North Star Blade was exceptionally serious. He had always remembered his father's teachings when he taught him swordsmanship. The sword is your name, and it is also your dignity. A swordsman might not leave anything behind after his death, but the sword is different. It will be imprinted with your past glory. Whenever the future generations think of the sword, they will think of you first. For North Star Blade, who had received this education since he was young, choosing a weapon was undoubtedly equivalent to choosing a partner that would always be by his side. Looking at the hesitant North Star Blade was speechless. In her opinion, it was just a weapon that had an early stage. Are there any weapons that can grow along with the player's level? North Star Blade asked as he looked at the various weapons displayed in the shop's interface. Ikazumi revealed a dumbfounded expression. I don't like switching weapons. I need a weapon that can grow with me, North Star Blade said in a serious tone. How is that possible? This is a game. It's impossible not to change your equipment. Low-level equipment is definitely going to be eliminated. Ju Kazumi answered immediately. No, I'm talking about swords, not other equipment. That's not possible either. Unless it's a hidden weapon or a special weapon that's specially forged, it's basically impossible. Up until now, our Asia server has never produced such a weapon. Ju Hame was a little speechless right now. North Star Blade was clearly a noob. But why did he have such a big heart? He was practically on par with her. Really? North Star Blade asked, clearly disappointed. It's not like there aren't any. There's a super player in the original server called Roving Sword. I heard that all 9 of his swords are growth-type weapons, so you'll have to work hard to get his weapons in the future cross-server battles. Ikazumi stood on her tiptoes and patted North Star Blade on the shoulder to comfort him. In fact, Yumi did not think that North Star One Blade could do it at all. This was because she had gone to the original server's forum and watched AO Jian's battle videos. The sword skill displayed by AO Jian could be described as extraordinary. She believed that even the great senior brother of her kendo gym would not be a match for that super player. As for a noob like North Star Blade, there was no hope for him to defeat that super player. There's a kendo master in the game? North Star Blade was stunned. Yes, he's super strong. He's known as the cheater in the original server. I reckon that he would have no problem fighting a guild in our Asia server now. Speaking of this, Ikazumi's face revealed an envious expression. I got it. North Star Blade nodded, but a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He had defeated all the masters of the ancient kendo sect before he was 20 years old. These masters represented the highest level of kendo attainments in Japan. It could be said that North Star Blade had reached the pinnacle of kendo at that time. Hence, he was now curious about the kendo master in the distant original server. Hurry up and choose. You're such a dilly-dallying person, Ikazumi said with dissatisfaction. North Star Blade smiled apologetically and was about to continue looking at the weapons in the shop. At this moment, the figures of Adami Inoue and the others appeared in the distance. They quickly walked toward North Star Blade and the others. We've changed our weapons. We can go now. The leader, Adami Inoue, led the other 3 members of the Moonlight Squad to North Star Blade's side. We're not done yet. One blade seems to have difficulty choosing. We're waiting for him to choose his weapon, Ikazumi said helplessly. Weapon? It's fine if you don't choose. You can level up quickly in the early stages anyway. You can just follow us and gain experience. You can change your weapon when your level is high. It'll save you money, Adami Inoue said nonchalantly. No, he wants a weapon that can level up with his level. It's like the proud sword of the original server, Ikazumi continued. Hearing this, Adami Inoue and the others had a stunned look on their faces. Are you serious? Adami Inoue turned to look at North Star Blade and asked, It's fine if you don't. It's just a game. I'm sorry for the trouble, North Star Blade said apologetically. Why do you want this kind of weapon? Adami Inoue asked curiously. I'm obsessed with swords. Changing weapons frequently makes me very uncomfortable, North Star Blade said truthfully. It's not like you're changing wives. You're so unreasonable. You're just like my brother. He said the same thing. Ikazumi pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Hearing this, North Star Blade smiled awkwardly again. He felt that there was no need to fuss about such things in the game. Hey, One Blade, are you also a swordsman? Otherwise, why would you have such an idea? Ikazumi suddenly said. Yes. Huh. Which dojo are you from? Are you from the modern, gorgeous-style dojo? As she said this, Ikazumi's face suddenly revealed a look of disdain. As a member of the ancient swordsmanship circle, Ikazumi was influenced by what she saw and heard. She also looked down on the gorgeous style. I'm just casually practicing. I'm not from any sect. North Star Blade did not reveal his identity. Is it a left-handed swordsmanship? Ikazumi continued to ask like a curious baby. Something like that. Little May, don't mess around. Don't mention left-handed things to One Blade. At this time, Adami Inoue suddenly walked to Ikazumi's side and pressed her head to stop her from being presumptuous. At this time, North Star Blade said, It's okay. Let's go level up first. We won't choose a weapon for now. Don't be in such a hurry. Why don't you come with us to find Uncle Gu? He can modify and forge weapons. There should be something suitable for you. Although it can't be done as you level up, a custom-made weapon will definitely be more suitable for you than a weapon template in the market. North Star Blade did not refuse. He also longed for a new weapon. Then he followed Adami Inoue and the others to the east of the spawn point. Walking on the streets of Brahma Sky City, there were many players walking back and forth. Their clothes were very suitable for the current environment. It was impossible to tell who was a player and who was a native NPC. Under Adami Inoue's lead, the Moonlight Party turned into an alley beside a bustling street and kept walking inside. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature in the air. From time to time, they could hear the sound of metal clanking coming from the end of the alley. When they reached the corner at the end of the alley, a forging room of about 100 square meters appeared in front of them. Inside, a huge forging furnace was emitting flames and rolling waves of heat radiated in all directions. In front of the furnace stood a bare-chested man. He carried a big iron hammer and had a pipe in his mouth. At this moment, he was hammering a piece of iron. The muscles on his right arm trembled with every collision between the hammer and the metal. Uncle Gu! Adami Inoue greeted the man respectfully. Why are you here again? Are you not satisfied with the weapon? The man called Uncle Gu turned around. At this moment, North Star Blade was surprised to find that the man had only one eye. His right eye had been replaced by a silver-white metal ball. Uncle Gu, we would like to ask you to forge a weapon for my partner, Ikazumi said mischievously. No problem. As long as the soul coins are in place, I will forge a divine weapon for you, Uncle Gu answered readily after taking 2 puffs of his cigarette. Uncle Gu, you are just an intermediate blacksmith. Don't brag. Ikazumi made a face. So what if I am an intermediate blacksmith? As long as the soul coins are in place, I might be able to forge a divine weapon. Even though his act was exposed, Uncle Gu did not blush. All right, tell me, What weapon do you want to forge this time? What style do you want? Uncle Gu exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and continued to ask. Hearing this, Ju Hame and the others turned to look at North Star Blade. Can you forge weapons that increase in level with your level? Although North Star Blade was a little embarrassed to ask this, he felt that he could not be careless when it came to weapons. Brother, are you here to cause trouble? Uncle Gu's eyes widened. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to say, I am just an intermediate blacksmith. Do you really want me to forge a divine weapon? If not, then forget it, North Star Blade replied awkwardly. What do you mean forget it? Why do I feel that you are becoming more and more like a troublemaker? Give me a goal first. If you can't achieve it, then forget it. Aren't you insulting me? Uncle Gu's eyes widened. The veins on his right arm that was holding the hammer were throbbing. He looked like he was ready to strike at any moment. This made Adam Inoue and the others tremble in fear. They had seen Uncle Gu's details panel. He was a powerful existence above level 80. No one in their team could withstand a single hit from his hammer. After playing Battle Online for so long, they knew very well that the NPCs in Battle Online were not simple artificial intelligence. They had their own thoughts. Recently, a player from the Asia server had been harassing a female native. As a result, he was chased to the safe zone and did not dare to return. This made them realize that some NPCs were masters that they could not afford to offend. Uncle Gu, I'm really sorry. He is a newbie. Please don't be angry, Ikazumi immediately said. I'm sorry. I was rude. North Star Blade also quickly expressed his apology. Uncle Gu seemed to realize that North Star Blade's words were unintentional. He put down his hammer and snorted coldly. The minimum requirement for the growth-type weapon you want is epic or even legendary level. Even if I have the ability to forge it, you won't be able to afford the materials needed to forge such a weapon. One must be down to earth. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Hearing this, North Star Blade could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, at this moment, Uncle Gu's tone changed. However, don't look down on me. I may only be an intermediate blacksmith, but I do have the ability to forge a beginner growth-type weapon. However, the materials needed to forge a beginner growth-type weapon are extremely special. I'm afraid none of you have the guts to try it. Uncle, we are players. We are not afraid of death. This won't scare us. Can you really forge it? Give each of us one, Ikazumi said curiously. Hearing this, Uncle Gu's face revealed a helpless expression. It's not as simple as you think. This kind of forging requires you to use your own body as a material to forge a weapon. Do you dare to do it? Moreover, once your body is successfully forged into a weapon, that part of your body will not be able to be reborn even in the game. It will always be your weapon. As if afraid that they would not believe him, Uncle Gu put down his hammer and walked into the room. A moment later, he came out with a sheepskin scroll and spread it on the ground. Out of curiosity, North Star Blade and the others turned to look at the scroll. Flesh and Blood Forging, Incomplete Manual Special. Item Introduction. A god weapon manual created by the demon god of the Demon's Pine Continent, Bloodwave. Due to the War of the Ancient Gods, this manual is incomplete. Only the Flesh and Blood Forging chapter is left. This chapter uses one's own flesh and soul as the core forging materials to forge a special growth-type weapon that is one with one's own flesh and soul. Game notification. Please use this forging manual with caution. The body parts used as forging materials will disappear from the game forever. Uncle Gu took 2 puffs of his cigarette and said, How about it? Do you dare to do it? Can I use my hair? Ikazumi could not help but ask softly, Ahem. Uncle Gu could not help but cough when he heard that. He then glared at Ikazumi. I want to forge a sword. What do I have to pay? North Star Blade asked. You dare. Uncle Gu's eyes widened when he heard North Star Blade's words. North Star Blade nodded lightly. Kid, you're not joking, right? This isn't a joke, Uncle Gu continued to ask in disbelief. However, North Star Blade still nodded. He did not look like he was joking. After sizing up North Star Blade again, Uncle Gu said, "Flesh and blood forging. Since the weapon you want is a sword, the left arm, left leg, or right leg will do." North Star Blade was silent for a moment when he heard Uncle Gu's words. He then said, "How about the right arm?" This time, Adami Inoue and the others widened their eyes. They felt that North Star Blade had lost his mind. This wasn't a joke. These body parts would disappear from the game forever. The word huge couldn't even begin to describe this loss. Ikazumi immediately hugged North Star Blade's right arm and said anxiously, "Blade, don't be impulsive. It's not easy for you to have a right arm. I've lost it for too long. It's not easy to get used to having it again. I'm used to using my left hand. Moreover, using a sword with my left hand will be starting from scratch. I can recomprehend swordsmanship. Who knows? I might even be able to reach greater heights." North Star Blade smiled calmly. "You just don't understand swordsmanship. A swordsman's right arm is the key. How can the left arm be as nimble as the right arm?" As a professional, Ikazumi immediately criticized. North Star Blade felt a warmth in his heart when he saw Ikazumi's reproachful expression. However, he did not refute her. How could he not know the importance of a right arm to a swordsman? However, it had been a full 10 years. During these 10 years, he had long gotten used to living without a right arm. In North Star Blade's heart, his right arm had long since disappeared along with the soaring sword aura that cut through the sky. Although regaining a lost arm was a pleasant surprise, it was ultimately just an illusion. In reality, he was still one-armed. He was willing to trade this illusory right arm for a peerless sword that had accompanied him as he grew in the game. "You want to use your left hand to wield a sword?" Uncle Gu was also a little surprised. "Why not? If you can forge a sword, I don't mind giving up my right arm." North Star Blade smiled calmly. Hearing this, a drop of sweat dripped down Uncle Gu's forehead. He had originally wanted to use the Forged by Flesh skill book to scare them off, but he did not expect them to be so unafraid of death. In reality, as an intermediate blacksmith, he was not confident that he could forge such a growth-type weapon. Even if North Star Blade dared to do so, he would not dare. The consequence of failure was that his right arm would disappear, and the weapon would not be formed. "Give me a moment. Let me think about it," Uncle Gu said as he turned around and entered the small house, then closed the door. After that, he quickly opened the NPC friend panel and found Han Yuanwu's profile picture. He opened the chat box and reported what had happened on his side. Although he knew that they were players, Uncle Gu knew that the Forged by Flesh was no joke. They really needed to forge that part of their flesh and soul into a weapon. This was not as simple as losing a right arm in the game. In reality, the right arm would also lose its senses because the soul of the right arm would also disappear during the forging process. As the person in charge of the Asia server, after receiving the message from Uncle Gu, Han Yuanwu immediately sent it back to Lu Wu and asked for his opinion. Although the players were willing, they still needed to use their real right arm to forge. This risky decision was out of his control. After all, he had no control over the part of the soul. The authority was all with Lu Wu. Soon, Lu Wu received Han Yuanwu's reply. Initially, Lu Wu wanted to reject such an absurd request. After all, forging a weapon in the game would cause the body in reality to disappear. How could this still be considered a game? It was too cruel. Lu Wu, who had a strong sense of morality, firmly rejected it. However, out of curiosity, he looked up North Star Blade's information. After looking at North Star Blade's information, Lu Wu was shocked to find out that this guy was a super genius in swordsmanship. Moreover, he happened to lose his right arm in reality. In other words, even if the soul of his right arm disappeared, it would not affect him in reality. Moreover, after a detailed understanding, Lu Wu found out that North Star Blade's talent in swordsmanship could no longer be described as strong. He could be said to be the polar opposite of Ao Jian. Ao Jian was obsessed with swordsmanship. He understood swordsmanship and did not care about anything in the secular world. He was an extreme sword fanatic. Such a state of mind and talent made him extremely compatible with swordsmanship. As long as he had a sword in his hand, he would be invincible. Northstar Blade, on the other hand, was at the other extreme. His sword had feelings in it, and he used it for love. In the beginning, he started using the sword because of his parents' expectations. This was the sword of kinship. However, after the death of his parents, his sword of kinship turned into the sword of vengeance. Then he met Kikyu again. When Kikyu left, he swore that he would rescue Kikyu from the underground palace. This sword became the sword of promise. After Kikyu's death, in order to calm the resentment in his heart and to vent his anger, this sword became the sword of slaughter. Now, the guilt of the past made Northstar Blade want to hold a sword again. This time, it was the sword of guardian. The sharpness of a treasured sword is honed, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. This sentence could not be more suitable for Northstar Blade. He was a person who wielded the sword with love. With his strong talent in swordsmanship, his rough life had made his heart of the sword more solid. At this time, his heart of the sword was not weaker than Ao Jian's. He was a true, super-talented player. Lu Wu would naturally welcome such a super-talented player to join him with both hands and feet. Thus, he quietly took out his little notebook and wrote down 4 words: Northstar Blade. After that, he dragged Tonghua, who was playing landlord with the Rock Ghost King and the others in the artifact space, and gave him a new task. Under Tonggua's reluctant expression, he disguised him and sent him to Brahma Sky City. Chapter 385. As Northstar Blade and the others watched in astonishment, Tonghua picked up the flesh and blood forging parchment scroll on the ground and began to look at it critically. To Northstar Blade, this kind of pain was far more unbearable than death, but he still clenched his teeth and persevered. "You only know how to be mean to me," Tonghua muttered, feeling wronged. A moment later, a space passage appeared in front of him, and a figure emerged from it. After walking out of the room, the arrogance on Tonggua's face faded. He chuckled and quickly ran toward the tavern marked on the map. "Uncle Gu, since when did you have a big brother? Among all the blacksmiths in Brahma Sky City, you seem to be the only one with the surname Gu," Ikazumi asked curiously. "Well, let's begin." As he spoke, Tonghua took out the materials he brought from the space and placed them on the forging table. Then he picked up Gushu's iron hammer. "If you dare to buy wine, I'll confiscate all your soul coins." "Can I use my hair?" Ikazumi asked softly. "It's useless. It's a special forging, and the pain can't be blocked. You'll have to endure it if you want to continue." Tonghua looked at Ikazumi with a serious expression. "I've contacted my big brother through a secret method just now. He'll come and help me forge a growing weapon later. But I still have to ask you again, are you sure you want to forge it? Won't you regret it?" The pain made Northstar Blade feel as if his soul had left his body. The physical sensation was minimal, but it was a deeper level of extreme pain that he did not know where it came from. Except for Northstar Blade, Ikazumi and the others suddenly had the same thought, and they suddenly became a little excited. "No, it's better to fix it." Tonghua immediately shook his head and refused. "A hidden character." "Oh, yes, I'm your big brother." Tonghua nodded in realization. "Of course. It's just flesh and blood forging. I can forge anything," Tonghua said arrogantly. "Tonghua," suddenly said to Northstar Blade. Han Yuanwu was stunned. He obviously did not understand what Tonghua was saying. As the strongest blacksmith in Beiki, apart from having a high talent in forging, he was also very passionate about this journey. However, the repetitive forging had already made him lose interest in it. However, Tonggua's passion was once again aroused by the forging of flesh and blood. "Can we continue?" Tonghua could not help but ask. However, he did not get distracted this time. Instead, he headed straight for the blacksmith shop that Lu Wu had marked. "Big brother, you're here." Gu Dashu rushed forward and shouted at Tongua. The instant the hammer came into contact with North Star Blade's right arm, specks of black light seeped out of the pores on his arm. "You, come here." He pushed open the door, looked at North Star Blade and cleared his throat. Are you the blacksmith sent by the higher-ups?" Han Yuanwu asked cautiously. Without the slightest hesitation, North Star Blade placed his right arm on the forging table. However, after weighing it in his hand, Tongua could not help but pout. He threw it aside and took out his legendary grade forging hammer from the space. Knowing that this person was a super blacksmith, Uncle Gu did not dare to be impudent. He quickly nodded and pointed at North Star Blade. As he spoke, Tongua raised his hammer. The gemstone embedded in the forging hammer began to shine. He then swung it down and smashed it on North Star Blade's right arm. His body began to tremble involuntarily due to the extreme pain. "You're inhumane. I want human rights. Even if you're the boss, you can't exploit me like this," Tongua said angrily. "Ahem, my big brother lives in seclusion in the city. He doesn't show himself under normal circumstances," Gu Dashu answered immediately. Gu Dashu saw this and stared at Tongua, who was hammering spiritual materials while smelting the ores. He was obviously trying to learn something from Tongua. "I was wrong. I'm sorry." Ikazumi immediately bowed and apologized when she saw that the situation was not right. Adami Inoue and the others could not help but glare at Ikazumi, fearing that she would make a mistake again. Legendary forging hammer. Gudashu was shocked when he saw the hammer in Tonggua's hand. "Hihi, put your right arm on the table." Therefore, after knowing that Uncle Gu's big brother might be a hidden NPC, they all wanted to befriend him. Upon hearing this, Tonggua nodded. He raised the legendary forging hammer again and smashed it down. "You said it yourself." Bang. However, what surprised Han Yuanwu was that this person looked very similar to the blacksmith, Gudashu. However, he had an indescribable aura of a ruffian. He did not look like a good person. Moreover, this kind of flesh and blood casting could not be carried out alone. It needed to be forged with both the body and the soul at the same time. Even if North Star Blade's right arm was chopped off, it would not work. Adami Inoue and the others who were watching could not help but tremble. "Get lost and complete the mission." "No, no problem. Come on." North Star Blade looked exhausted and stuttered when he spoke. "No problem. Why are you standing there? Throw the obsidian companion stone and demonic heart agate into the furnace and smelt them." Tonggua looked at Gudashu and said with dissatisfaction, "It's going to hurt. Are you ready?" Tonggua said with a smile, "How about this? You should lie down first. I'll fix it for you." Gudashu was speechless. Gudashu nodded and picked out 3 types of ores from the casting table. He threw them into the furnace and continued to speed up the melting of the ores. The veins on North Star Blade's forehead bulged. He looked like he was in extreme pain. It was Tonggua's first time trying this kind of flesh and blood casting. He was inexplicably excited. He had only one thought in his mind. Since he had come to the Demonic Ridge region, he had to bring back some specialty wine. "Sure enough, I'm only suitable for forging weapons with my hair," Ikazumi said softly as she looked at North Star Blade. "By the way, didn't Uncle Goose say that he wanted Big Brother to help him forge? Why do I feel like he's just an assistant now?" Ikazumi asked softly. North Star Blade and the others turned around and saw a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Uncle Gu. Tonggua was speechless. "Cut the crap and start forging. Don't waste my time. I'm making dozens of soul coins per minute," Tonggua said arrogantly. With every strike of Tonggua's hammer, the impurities in the spiritual materials would turn into black ashes and splatter out. North Star Blade nodded solemnly. North Star Blade felt helpless. He was very confident in his pain tolerance. After all, he did not even cry out in pain when his right arm exploded. Tong Gua began to choose from the materials. After taking out the spiritual materials that needed to be hammered, he began hammering them. "Come on, I'm not afraid of pain." North Star Blade said solemnly, "My king bomb." Tong Gua, who had just appeared in Blazing Sky City, suddenly said through gritted teeth. Tong Gua felt helpless as he looked at North Star Blade, who was on the verge of collapsing. Once, twice. "Is this the first time you've seen this blueprint? Are you sure it's okay?" Ikazumi asked worriedly. Upon hearing this, Han Yuanwu was embarrassed. "Do you need me to bring you to the Ancient Tree's blacksmith shop?" North Star Blade's voice became hoarse from Tong Gua's hammering. In the end, Tong Gua gagged his mouth so that he could not make a sound. "Wait, Blade, lower your pain threshold first," Ikazumi could not help but say, although her gaze was still critical. The forging method of the flesh and blood forging blueprint shocked Tong Gua. "Can you really take it?" Tong Gua asked again. Although Tong Gua looked unattractive, Han Yuanwu was very respectful. After all, the unattractive man sent last time was a god. Han Yuanwu was very cautious at this moment. "Oh, boss, can I borrow some soul coins to spend after completing the task? I've been losing all my soul coins playing cards recently." Tong Gua could not help but ask for more when Lu Wu agreed. "Not bad, not bad." Tong Gua heard this and looked at North Star Blade. After sizing him up, he nodded and said, however, since Tong Gua had requested it, he had no choice but to follow Tong Gua's instructions. He lay on the casting table and asked Tong Gua to tie himself to the casting table with a black rope. After receiving Lu Wu's feedback, Han Yuanwu began to wait. "Very good, young man. You have some guts. You're similar to me when I was young." "Not bad." The ancient tree nodded with admiration. At this moment, Lu Wu's voice suddenly rang in Tong Gua's mind. The smile on Tong Gua's face instantly froze. "Come on." North Star Blade nodded and said, "That's right. What can I do for you?" Tong Gua raised his eyebrows, showing his arrogance again. Beside him, the ancient tree was constantly stirring up the flame in the casting furnace. The original orange flame gradually turned black, and waves of heat radiated in all directions. Iwai Mei and the others could not help but take a few steps back. "No need, I can handle it." Iwai Mei and the others were speechless. There were many NPCs in Brahma Sky City now, and there were indeed hidden NPCs. Some hidden NPCs would even bring the players to train after their intimacy with the players increased. "No problem. Let's begin. You go start the fire. Big brother, you seem to have a bad memory." At this moment, in the blacksmith shop, the ancient tree, who had received the feedback from the higher-ups, knew that someone would come to help. He was relieved, knowing that his pretentious act would come to fruition. He knew very well that the pain from the soul was unbearable, which was why he repeatedly warned Tong Gua. However, it was obvious that North Star Blade was not prepared. "Finish the task quickly. I'll give you time to buy some wine. Otherwise, no deal." North Star Blade heard this and immediately walked to Tong Gua's side. Tong Gua silently rolled up his sleeves. At this moment, he wanted to beat someone up. "Who's the ancient tree?" At this moment, a figure appeared at the blacksmith shop's door. "No need, I have a map. I can go there by myself." Tong Gua immediately rejected him. He then walked out of Han Yuanwu's room with his familiar steps and headed to the task location marked by Han Yuanwu. "Big brother, this is the person who wants to build a flesh cast. Is I, Tong Gua, a blacksmith who only builds equipment in his eyes? Is there any human rights or the law?" Tong Gua continued to complain. "Io, this part is quite creative. The demon god who created this thing is quite capable." Looking at Iwai Mei, who had instantly surrendered, Tong Gua suddenly felt that this attitude was very familiar. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before, Big brother, it's done, the ancient tree shouted at Tongwa. TSK, impressive. Why didn't I think of this? Chapter 386. Looking at Juhame and the others who were waiting for a reply, Tongwa could only say, after that, Tongwa kept repeating the process. After a round of thanks, North Star Blade and the others left. Since he was worried about Ancient Tree's ability as an intermediate blacksmith, Lu Wu had sent Master Blacksmith Tongwa over, not to mention the ability to grow by killing monsters. It was the first time they had heard of such an attribute in the game. Weapon Binder, North Star Blade, unique. At that moment, a high-pitched scream was heard. Tongwa, who was about to pick up the right arm, shivered in fear. Hiss! Oh, big brother, the 3 metals have been smelted. With every hammer strike, a stream of light would overflow from the legendary forging hammer, constantly repairing the cracks in North Star Blade's right arm, allowing the internal fusion to continue. At that moment, North Star Blade, Juhame, and the others all had an expectant look on their faces. During the half-hour wait, Tongwa observed the flesh forging instruction several times and carved the symbols on the blade. Soon, the blade was covered with all kinds of runes. As the 2 temperatures clashed, cracks began to appear on North Star Blade's transparent right arm. Soon, the elongated sword embryo was formed. Skill notes. This skill is ineffective against players. Instead, it is used to deprive players of EXP. After killing a player, you will gain a small amount of EXP. The amount of EXP taken from the target player will be deducted. Brother, do you have any soul coins? Lend me some. Ancient Tree had no complaints. At that moment, he just wanted to learn from this blacksmith master. Hence, he eagerly went to start a fire as an assistant. Once this process was completed, the weapon could transform into North Star Blade's right arm at any time. It could then transform into a weapon again when facing an enemy, perfectly connecting with his soul. North Star Blade, who was staring at the Platycodon in his hand, immediately stood up and landed on the ground. He then bowed to Tongwa. Get lost. At that moment, Tongwa's image in his heart was incomparably lofty, shining like a god. Good sword. North Star Blade's eyes flashed with a hint of passion as he looked at the sword. The blow had broken North Star Blade's right arm, but there was no blood flowing out of the wound. Platycodon level 0. The right arm in North Star Blade's soul had been torn apart and fused with his new arm. This was the most important material required for flesh casting. Weapon grade, legendary one. This feeling was very strange. There was no jerkiness or discomfort, as if this sword was a derivative of his flesh and consciousness. P.S. North Star One Blade's weapon looks like a katana to us, but there is no such thing as a sword in Japan. Whether it's a katana or a sword, it's called a sword. The concept of a katana and a sword is very vague. For example, Sauron from One Piece uses a katana, a 3-katana style. However, his goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. North Star One Blade's weapon is the same. When Ikazumi and the others saw this, they curiously gathered around North Star One Blade and activated analysis to examine the Kikyo. North Star Blade did not disappoint Tongwa. He widened his eyes and began to whimper, but his eyes were filled with hysterical stubbornness. Tongwa frowned slightly when he saw this. He picked up the hammer again and began hammering again. Hearing this, North Star Blade was taken aback, then fell silent. Wow, master, you're really a master. Ikazumi could not help but jump with joy. Everyone was speechless. Give it to me. Skill introduction. This skill comes with the weapon. After killing a monster, Kikyo can devour part of the target monster's soul to obtain weapon growth experience points. You go start a fire. Tongwa nodded in satisfaction as he squeezed his extremely hard right arm. He then turned to the ancient tree and ordered. As North Star One Blade gripped the Kikyu, he felt as if he were connected to the sword by flesh and blood. While Tongwa was forging the weapon, Ikazumi and the others trembled in fear. Tongwa then continued to forge the weapon according to North Star Blade's description. He constantly showed the weapon to North Star Blade and asked about the areas that needed improvement. "Hey, are you done with the smelting?" Tongwa wiped his sweat and shouted at the ancient tree. North Star Blade had fainted several times during this period. However, every time Tongwa's hammer fell, he would still be awakened by the unbearable pain. In an instant, the Kikyo flashed with a black light. The sword trembled slightly as if it was humming. Then it suddenly left Tongwa's hand and flew toward North Star Blade. Looking at North Star Blade's miserable appearance, they were all in pain. At this moment, they were very glad that they did not choose to forge the body with blood and flesh and escaped the disaster. Upon hearing that, Ikazumi and the others who had a nervous look on their faces were stunned. "Please continue. I'm sorry for disturbing you." Ikazumi quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, I was too engrossed and thought that my hand was—" Ikazumi blushed and seemed to be at a loss. However, what they did not know was that even if they wanted to, Luwu would never agree. However, it was different this time. Tongwa admired North Star Blade for being able to endure until now. Moreover, he was very interested in the new forging method of flesh and wanted to see what kind of weapon he could forge. The last special ability was invincible in their eyes. It could learn new abilities as the player grew, as if it had a life of its own. Tongwa waved his hand indifferently. "Don't give me that. This is what annoys me the most." At this moment, Tongwa looked at North Star Blade. After the last process of quenching was completed, Tongwa scooped up the tachi from the special cooling water. Tongwa naturally would not lower himself to the little girl's level. He bent down and picked up North Star Blade's broken arm. The weaponsmith was stunned, covered by the weaponsmith. Tongwa was stunned when he heard this, but then a smile appeared on his face. Although the materials for this weapon were all provided by Luwu, he was happy to make a profit. After that, it was the most crucial moment. "It's just soul coins. I'm very pleased to see such a persevering young man." Tongwa smiled faintly, but his heart was bleeding. He did not even get paid for his hard work. Inscription of talent special. If this weapon were to be sold, they could not imagine how much it would fetch. "Master, can my hair be used to forge a legendary weapon?" Ikazumi was envious. Seeing that Tongwa seemed very happy, she asked while the iron was hot. "Oh, right, master. How many soul coins does this weapon cost?" Ikazumi suddenly asked nervously. At this moment, Gudashu was still looking at Tongwa with admiration. He could not believe that he had participated in the forging of a legendary weapon. He was full of admiration for Tongwa. Initial weapon: Soul Lust passive, Transmogrification active, Inscription of Talent special passive. This master did not charge a single cent for the hard work of forging this weapon. Gudashu was full of admiration for his strength and character. "I can't imagine if this weapon can learn dozens of skills when it reaches level 1000. Doesn't that mean it will become a skill launcher?" Ikazumi could not help but murmur as she looked at Kikyo. Then everyone's eyes were focused on Ikazumi. This weapon was too powerful, and it was a legendary weapon that had never appeared in the entire Asia server. Ahem. I've never cared about money when I forge weapons. Money is just a passing cloud to me. It's not easy for him to endure such extreme pain. I admire his perseverance, so I'll waive the forging fee this time. After a while, he raised his head and said in a serious tone, "I'll pay for it." Although Tongwa was usually frivolous, he was very serious when he was in the zone. Under his hammering, North Star Blade's right arm had become transparent, and internal blood vessels were clearly visible. Hearing this, Atomy, Inoue, and the others looked nervous. Obviously, they knew that the price of this weapon was extremely high. The pain was driving North Star Blade crazy, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Free! Bam! North Star Blade bent over and stood up. He reached out his left hand and took the kikyo. Tongwa nodded and made one last stroke on the sword with the engraving knife in his hand, imprinting the 2 words. North Star Blade nodded and began to describe the shape of the heartless pill. He repeated the process until Ikazumi, who was standing at the side, felt that she was almost scared to death. Her face was pale. Upon hearing Tongwa's words, Gudashu let out a soft cry and took out the spiritual ores that had been refined into liquid metal from the furnace. He placed them into 3 different containers and came to Tongwa's side. At this moment, Ikazumi and the others grimaced in pain. They could not bear to look at it. Tongwa raised the legendary forging hammer high. Rainbow light flashed on the surface of the hammer. As Tongwa shouted, the hammer fell. "Thank you for the weapon, Master." Skill Introduction. Sword at Will. As the wielder's sword heart solidifies and grows, this weapon will also derive sword moves and special skills that match the wielder's sword will. This skill is related to the wielder's own talent. Since it had begun, Tongwa was already in the zone. Naturally, he would not stop halfway, even if North Star Blade was suffering extreme pain. He immediately took out some ice attribute spiritual materials that could cool down. He crushed them and covered North Star Blade's right arm, which was still steaming. "Don't worry, it's not done yet." Under North Star Blade's astonished gaze, Tongwa took out a new tool, the engraving knife from the channel, and began to engrave runes on the weapon. Hammering, pouring in new liquid metal, hammering, pouring in at this moment, the smile on Tongwa's face froze. "What do you think? My craftsmanship is not bad, right?" Tongwa smiled proudly. Meanwhile, the forging continued. In an instant, a black light flowed from the hilt to the tip of the sword. The sharp edge flashed and disappeared. "By the way, what's the name of your weapon?" "Buzz. Buzz." The sword trembled. Originally, this process was unnecessary. However, the flesh casting was different. The runes that Tongwa had engraved this time were the soul reassembly, which he had learned from the flesh casting instruction manual. Soul, lust, passive. This time, North Star Blade had agreed to the flesh casting because of his uniqueness. He had lost his right arm in reality, and the loss of this part of his soul did not affect him. Hence, Luwu made an exception and gave him a chance. "Kid, do you have any other requirements for the weapon?" "Kikyu." "Hiss." Under everyone's curious gaze, Tongwa made a cut on North Star Blade's right arm and poured the liquid metal of the 3 different metals into it. At this moment, Tongwa suddenly turned his head to look at North Star Blade. The subsequent transformation ability also meant that North Star Blade still had his right arm, but he would have to remove it during the battle. "Hiss." As North Star Blade described, the weapon gradually took shape. This time, Tongwa was particularly serious. Usually, when players asked him to forge customized weapons, he would do it perfunctorily. He would not put in any effort if he could. That was because the ability of this weapon was too overpowered in their eyes. Moreover, he was very clear about the price of the spiritual materials used to forge the weapon just now. Weapon Introduction. A soul-growing weapon forged using the ancient flesh casting method. It has the ability to grow along with the player. After that, it was Tongwa's personal show. The combination of various hammer techniques and materials dazzled the audience. Upon seeing the weapon's attributes, Ikazumi and the others revealed looks of disbelief. Weapon characteristics. Indestructible level 10, below God level. Undroppable, untradeable, can grow. Glancing at North Star Blade's right arm that had become transparent, he looked at Tongwa in a different way. His eyes were filled with admiration. However, just as he was about to ask for an exorbitant price, Lu Wu's voice rang in his mind. Skill Introduction. After using this skill, the kikyu can be changed into the form of a right arm or a sword. Transformation active. Hearing this, Adami Inoue and the others also showed a look of envy on their faces. Half an hour later, the surface of North Star Blade's right arm flickered with a dark light, revealing a heavy metallic aura. At this moment, the master blacksmith suddenly came to his side and put his arm around his shoulder. Chapter 387. North Star Blade looked at the kikyu in his hand, and then at the blood fiend not far away. After thinking for a while, he decided to stay at the side and watch. Oh no, the Hindustani squad is here! Adami in no way immediately shouted when he saw the group of people running toward them. Although Iwai Mei was recognized as the stupidest member of the Moonlight Party, she was undoubtedly the strongest in the Moonlight Party since she had been learning swordsmanship since she was young. Under Adami Inoue's lead, North Star Blade and the others went deeper into the withered bone forest. Hee, when the time comes, let me see your combat talent first. If I'm satisfied, maybe I'll teach you a few sword techniques. Ikazumi said with a smug expression on her face. Let's go, retreat. She had thought that Iwai Mei had found a burden, but she did not expect North Star Blade to have such great willpower. Blade, I'll bring you to level up. Adami Inoue, who was the team leader, said with a smile. Although it was just a game, North Star Blade's mentality was still the same. Instead, he was slightly excited. He could not help but tighten his grip on the kikyu in his hand, and looked at the group of people running toward them. Next time, find a low-level monster for you to practice with. Leave this one to us, and pay attention to our fighting style. Iwai Mei said as she held the sword in one hand and ran toward the blood fiend. The more he looked at the taciturn North Star Blade, the more Adami Inoue liked him. North Star Blade was stunned, but he followed Iwai Mei's pull and took a few steps back. People from the Japanese camp, our team is not short of people. After walking out of the west gate, they went straight to the withered bone forest. TCH. Naturally, Iwai Mei and the others were eager to get a weapon of this grade. In the early stages of the game, the Asian server players were relatively weak. The Hindustani players' human wave tactics were really unbeatable, and many players from other camps were helpless against them. Although the Hindustani players did not go overboard like collecting entrance tickets outside the withered bone forest, in order to occupy the resources of the wild monsters in the withered bone forest, it was common for the Hindustani players to kill and steal monsters. This made many players gnash their teeth in hatred. Regarding this point, Adami Inoue and the others rarely refuted. Since teleportation fees were extremely expensive for most players during the early stages of the game, many players traveled to and fro the bone forest. Every player wore a different set of equipment, and they blended in perfectly with the surrounding scenery. North Star Blade felt as if he had arrived in a different world. Is the team still lacking people? I'm a newbie. Please carry me. If no one carries me, I'm really going to shut myself off. All right. North Star Blade nodded. Looking at the weakened gore fiend, Ikazumi's heart was filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and stabbed the gore fiend's head with her sword. Seeing that, Ikazumi's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of joy. She immediately picked up the gem and kept it in her space. The sword pierced through the blood demon's head, and the blood demon's body suddenly began to shrink, turning into a pool of blood. However, a sparkling ruby was left on the ground. However, although they were tempted, they didn't have the guts to actually try it because the forging process was too frightening. Which faction are you from? Are you teaming up? In response to their question, Adami Inoue stepped forward. In North Star Blade's eyes, other than the agile Ikazumi, the other members of the Moonlight Party, including Adami Inoue, were simply too unsightly to look at. Many of their actions were redundant. Seeing that the clearing party was approaching, Ikazumi immediately said to North Star Blade, who was standing nearby, "Let's go." Seeing that, Adami Inoue and the others followed suit, surrounding the gore fiend and began to attack. Hearing this, many players consciously dispersed. However, many players from the Japanese faction stayed. Monster introduction. An intermediate monster formed by the scattered blood of the ancient Yin god Bone Monk. It is not easy to kill, and its blood has a corrosive effect. Under normal circumstances, Atomy in no way would definitely agree to such a request. However, just as the Gore Fiend was about to enter a state of near death, many figures suddenly appeared from the right. This trip lasted for several hours. During this time, the group bought some player-made delicacies from the auction house and had a picnic. This was not because Northstar Blade was conceited, but because he had been taught by his father since he was young. A man must advance bravely, never give up, and never fear. This was also one of the spirits of his swordsmanship. That was why Northstar Blade never retreated even half a step when facing enemies. Seeing the arrival of Northstar Blade and the others, countless players immediately rushed forward. Hey, this one won't do. Ikazumi quickly stepped forward, grabbed Northstar Blade, and dragged him back. They had picked up a treasure. In a situation where there was no danger, the original ecological scenery of the Demon's Pine continent was really enjoyable for them. Move aside. We can't see the specific HP of the Gore Fiend. It's too risky to continue. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for another 3 hours to revive. Atomy in no way immediately shouted at Ikazumi. Northstar Blade and the others finally arrived at the periphery of the Withered Bone Forest. Currently, the players of the Asia server had explored a total of 3 areas that could be used for training, including the Withered Bone Forest. Although the Asia server players also had a joint resistance between the factions and suppressed the arrogance of the Hindustani players, this kind of alliance was extremely fragile. After all, there were more or less conflicts between them, and it did not last long before the alliance disbanded. All right, I'll let you attack the next monster first. I'll protect you, Ikazumi said proudly as she waved the longsword in her hand. You have to get used to using your analyzing ability. This monster is different from before. You're definitely no match for it, Ikazumi said helplessly. With the cooperation of the 5 of them, the Gore Fiend's HP began to decrease continuously. Among them, Ikazumi played the biggest role. Basically, she was the one who attacked at the right time. Other than Atomy, in no way who chose to use his telekinesis to restrict the movement of the Gore Fiend. The others could be said to be of little use. They could only retreat from time to time and drink HP potions. They seemed to have noticed Atomy in no way and the others who were fighting, and they rushed over. The Horizon team is recruiting. We only accept people from the same faction. Which faction are you guys from? Sure. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a low growl came from a short distance away. A pool of blood slowly condensed into a Gore Fiend, which roared at them from afar. At this time, a man carrying a large shield said to Atomy, "In no way, you guys should come with us. There are many Hindustani players in there. It's safer to move together." In the Asia server, every country was a faction and the divisions were very clear. Each faction was relatively united, and basically, players from the same faction formed a party. Who would have thought that this level 0 player's right arm would be the rarest legendary weapon in the game? Along the way, Northstar Blade and the others encountered many parties grinding monsters. Most of the grinding spots in the Withered Bone Forest's outer region had already been occupied. Aside from the occasional low-leveled monster, Northstar Blade and the others didn't encounter any powerful monsters. What should we do? The Gore Fiend is almost out of HP. Are we just going to let it go? Ikazumi said angrily. However, aside from Withered Bone Forest, the other 2 areas were too challenging. Most of the monsters there were above level 50. Aside from a few large guilds, basically no players would go to those high-level areas to grind. When Ikazumi and the others saw the monsters' information, they could not help but feel their hearts tighten. They knew that they had encountered a difficult monster. After saying so, Ikazumi turned around and followed Atomy in no way and the others, beginning a strategic retreat. As for Atomy in no way and the others, who were not very strong, their usual grinding spot was still the Withered Bone Forest. Under Atomy in no way's lead, the party of 6 advanced toward Burning Sky City's western gate. However, Before they entered, many kind-hearted players in the surroundings warned them that there were many Hindustani players clearing the area. North Star Blade smiled and nodded when he heard the warning. As far as the eye could see, players could be seen everywhere outside the Withered Bone Forest. Some were in small groups, while others were in parties. There were also many independent players among them. However, Atomy Inoue and the others had long since adapted to this environment. North Star Blade, on the other hand, had even slain a spirit-branded retainer. Naturally, he had no fear of monsters. In the year 2319, India's population was the largest in the world. Moreover, with the development of technology, virtual reality equipment had become common in the country. Naturally, the number of players in India was also the highest. Sure. North Star Blade nodded. Now that he had a legendary tier weapon that could grow with him, Atomy Inoue felt that his potential was limitless. However, the quiet Withered Bone Forest easily made people nervous. Even the slightest rustle in the wind was extremely clear. As they advanced deeper into the Withered Bone Forest, Ikazumi suddenly turned around and asked North Star Blade, "Blade, do you want to give it a try later?" North Star Blade was stunned. He could tell that the group of players coming toward them did not seem to be friendly. Atomy Inoue and the others did not object to this. In fact, North Star Blade was also itching to give it a try. After all, he had obtained the Kikyu and had yet to test its power. It was a very unbearable feeling. Although there was nothing he could do, he still had to continue grinding monsters. After all, this was the only way to level up and obtain soul coins and other resources in the early stages of the game. Unless one paid extra, no one could avoid it. Atomy Inoue and the others also hated the Hindustani players. However, at this time, North Star Blade began to walk toward the Blood Fiend. At the same time, he reached out and removed his right arm, transforming it into a Kikyu Tachi. Apart from the silly Ikazumi, the other members of the Moonlight team shared the same thought. Compared to the entrance of the Withered Bone Forest, the players inside were relatively spread out, so it was not as crowded. But it was a game, after all, North Star Blade thought. However, the deeper they ventured, the more dangerous it became. Aside from the high-level monsters, the Hindustani players were also the biggest threat to them. Originally, they wanted to use the teleportation point at the west gate to reach the Withered Bone Forest. After all, it would take a lot of time to walk. "Didn't you say that I should go first?" North Star Blade was surprised. However, this time was different. She wanted to help North Star Blade level up. Leaving a level 0 player in the team to gain EXP would obviously cause a lot of dissatisfaction. Therefore, she once again rejected the goodwill of the surrounding players. After approaching the Blood Fiend, she slashed the Blood Fiend's right shoulder with a sword draw. As the Blood Fiend attacked, she dodged to the side. Blood Fiend, level 49. However, Ikazumi suggested that they walk this time so that the new player, North Star Blade, could experience the environment of the game world. But why did he have to run? Ikazumi and the others' eyes lingered on North Star Blade's right arm as they walked out of the ancient tree's forging room. After the crowd dispersed, Atomy Inoue waved his hand and led North Star Blade and the others into the Withered Bone Forest. Chapter 388. The game was completely different from the real world. As he leveled up, his physique would improve, and the sword key's corrosion would weaken with each level up. North Star Blade was completely immersed in the slaughter. Even though he had once been heavily injured, he could still fight a spirit-branded retainer with his mortal body. But now these players, who only relied on their stats without any combat techniques, were like beasts that had lost their claws and teeth, waiting to be slaughtered. They were speechless as they watched North Star Blade draw and sheath his sword smoothly. In fact, they even felt as if they were riding on his coattails. "Just who are you?" Ikazumi muttered to herself as she watched North Star Blade sweep through the crowd as if he was invincible. The excited North Star Blade took 2 steps forward and swung his sword diagonally at the Hindustani team's leader. Ancient sword technique. Back then, he had sought guidance from all over the world in order to become stronger. The sword techniques he had learned were a combination of the strengths of many schools of thought and his own understanding of the sword. Ikazumi's eyes widened in shock as she watched from afar. As the golden light of leveling up flashed, the members of the Hindustani squad trembled in fear. They could not believe that this person was leveling up while fighting them, and they could not believe that his strength could be so terrifying. Even though they fought him hysterically, they could not stop the black Grim Reaper in his hand. North Star Blade's level increased bit by bit as he fought. Soon he reached level 3, level 4, level 5. North Star Blade's attack didn't disappoint. The sword Ki formed a black cross and pierced through the Hindustani team's leader. When she was analyzing the Kikyu sword, she saw that the binder's name was North Star Idao, but she didn't think much of it at the time. After all, Japan didn't have the surname North Star because of the One Blade sect. But after seeing the sword technique North Star Idao was displaying, she was sure that North Star Idao was the successor of the North Star family's One Blade sect. North Star Blade's dormant Kenshin awakened. He was like a bloodthirsty beast, his eyes radiating absolute oppression and killing intent. The Kikyo was like the Grim Reaper's scythe in North Star Blade's hands. Every strike was ferocious and destructive. This was a circle that respected the strong. As long as you were strong enough, you would be able to win the admiration and respect of others. The Hindustani party's objective in the Withered Bone Forest was to loot and clear out players. Naturally, they didn't waste any time with words. After surrounding North Star Blade and confirming that he couldn't escape, they launched an attack. With a furious roar, he flipped the Kikyu in his hand and quickly struck out. This was because he had comprehended North Star One Blade's sword intent. It was a boundless, peerless sword intent that contained an aura of destruction. This was something that her senior brother in the Sword Pavilion, and even all the sword arts masters she had met, did not possess. North Star One Blade's attack had been a feint. He'd planned to find a weak point in the enemy's defense after the strike, but he hadn't expected that the Kikyu would suddenly tremble. Then a black crescent of sword energy broke free from the Kikyu and slammed into the leader's shield, sending him flying. Wah! One Blade! You're actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Atomy in no way exclaimed, laughing as he ran towards North Star One Blade. Bei Chen! She had only been 7 years old at the time, but she'd heard of North Star One Blade before. What shocked the Hindustani players was that not only were North Star One Blade's attacks incomparably sharp, but his movements were also domineering. Not only were they outnumbered, but they were also being used by North Star One Blade to pin down each other. But at this moment, Yumi once again recalled the time when she was a child, hiding in her room and calling out for her father, only to never see that stalwart figure. Scatter! Scatter! The leader of the Hindustani players ordered them to scatter. He knew that they wouldn't be a match for North Star One Blade if they continued to fight. North Star One Blade was using his emotions to wield his sword. Swordplay was merely a form of attack. His sword intent was the key to victory. This was his unique swordplay. North Star One Blade's movements were so practiced that the Hindustani players had no time to react. By the time they realized what was going on, North Star One Blade had already killed 3 players and broken out of the encirclement. North Star One Blade slowly closed his eyes when he saw this. Retreat! Retreat! At this time, the Hindustani team members who had been slaughtered to the point of collapse finally gave up on fighting and scattered in all directions. His sword intent became more solid during the battle, and his sword heart was awakened bit by bit and improved. At this time, the members of the Hindustani team surrounded North Star Blade in a hubbub. Yumi stood rooted to the ground, staring at North Star One Blade who had become one with his Kikyu. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Game notification. You have used the hidden skill Sword Key in the game. Please comprehend it on your own. You may create your own skill after reaching a certain level of proficiency. That's not right. Why does he know Kiai-type swordplay? North Star One Blade legendary. Yumi bit her lip and tightened her grip on her sword. At this moment, North Star One Blade was in the zone, and he could not help but smile. North Star One Blade was a miracle in and of itself. However, she was different. She hated North Star One Blade. She hated him for killing her father. North Star One Blade was surprised to discover that his body had become lighter, and his perception of his surroundings had become sharper. North Star One Blade smiled when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Yumi looking at him with a complicated expression. There was hatred in her eyes, as well as her reluctance to accept this compromise. Among them, Yumi was undoubtedly the most shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, North Star One Blade slowly raised his kikyu and moved his left foot forward, assuming a saber-wielding stance. Sword ki. North Star One Blade's expression froze when he saw this. The corners of North Star One Blade's lips curled up, and he dashed forward once more. Although the EXP gained from killing other players was minuscule, North Star One Blade, who was still level 0, did not require much EXP to level up. Hence, after killing so many players, he still leveled up. After learning that he could use his sword intent here, North Star One Blade's eyes burned with fighting spirit. From time to time, he brandished his sword. Amateurs enjoyed the show, while experts recognized the artistry. As one of the direct descendants of ancient swordsmanships, Yumi's hand trembled as she gripped her sword. Suddenly, North Star One Blade's eyes opened, and his aura changed. Yumi, Inoue Atomy, and the others were dumbfounded. "Don't worry. I can do it," North Star One Blade replied. As his enemies fell one after another, North Star One Blade's body flashed with light. He had leveled up. In North Star One Blade's eyes, these players' defenses were weak points. North Star One Blade had combined the strengths of hundreds of ancient swordsmanship styles, yet his swordsmanship still contained his own unique style. He had even condensed a peerless sword intent. Yumi could not believe that a man with a severed right arm could possess such a sword intent. As a member of ancient swordsmanship, she had heard too many legends about North Star One Blade. However, these legends were all positive. They all said that North Star One Blade was a legend, an unsurpassable sword god. While running, Yumi suddenly thought of North Star One Blade. She turned her head and was dumbfounded to find that North Star One Blade was standing there alone. He did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Her mind was in a mess. Who was he? Why had she never heard of him? At that moment, Yumi's face turned pale. These two words suddenly appeared in Yumi's mind. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Her face instantly turned pale. "One Blade, run!" Yumi shouted anxiously in the party voice chat. Flaws, there were flaws everywhere. At this moment, Ikazumi was elated because she had obtained a blood essence after killing the blood demon. It was an unexpected surprise. Although the attack didn't kill the 3 players instantly, it was a critical hit on their fatal weak point. The 3 players entered a weakened state at the same time. Were they noobs? North Star One Blade did not chase after them. After they left, he sheathed his sword in the traditional one-blade style and put the kikyu back into his right arm. The one-blade style he learned only had one purpose, and that was to attack again and again. The most violent attack was the best defense. However, there was one thing she remembered clearly. Her father, Yumi Tezuka, died in the hands of North Star One Blade. Although he was killed in a sword competition, it was still a shadow in Yumi's heart. North Star One Blade could not believe it. He clenched the kikyu in his hand and ran toward the leader. Then he swung his sword according to the sword technique in Taiyuan swordplay. Facing the attack, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and dodged the oncoming attack. Then he swung his kikyu forward. Accompanied by a flash of black light, 3 bloody marks appeared on the necks of the 3 players in front of him. This scene shocked them, but they still rushed toward North Star One Blade again. Shadow Stream. Game notification. Sword Chi penetration damage. Defense break 80%. You have killed player Shah Khan. Before they could come back to their senses, North Star One Blade flipped the Kikyu in his hand and rushed forward again. With a swift and violent slash, the three of them turned into black mist and dissipated. Since she had gotten the benefits, she was naturally unwilling to fight with the Hindustanis and decisively retreated. Yumi, who saw this scene from afar, was furious. She immediately turned around and turned back. Adami Inoue and the others were also helpless, but they still followed Yumi and ran toward North Star One Blade. However, at this moment, he did not have much time to think. He turned around and rushed into the crowd of enemies again, beginning his extreme massacre. However, what shocked her even more was that North Star One Blade's strength could not be so weak. As the #1 swordsman in ancient sword techniques, even if he used his left hand, he was still at the peak. No, it's Nidden One Blade. No, it's Shinto Stream. Although he had already understood how to release sword chi and was already familiar with Taiyuan's swordplay, this was a game. Is he that legend? Looking at North Star One Blade, Yumi's expression was incomparably complicated. The game notification stunned North Star One Blade. This was clearly beyond his understanding. He did not know why the forbidden sword, intent sword, in reality, could be successfully used here. Impossible. Why does his sword technique have the shadow of all the ancient sword techniques? Although it had been more than 10 years, her hatred for North Star One Blade had long faded, and she had almost forgotten about it. Chapter 389. The exclamations of Adami Inoue and the others rang in his ears, but North Star Blade ignored them. His eyes were focused on Yumi, who had a complicated expression. At this moment, North Star Blade realized that Yumi should have guessed his identity. He strode past the excited Adami Inoue and the others and walked up to Yumi. Looking at Yumi, he said softly, "I'm sorry." At this moment, North Star Blade suddenly felt a little afraid. Even when facing a strong enemy, he could endure the pain and torture, but now he felt inexplicably flustered. He was afraid that Yumi would not forgive him. Yumi Tezuka's death had always been a knot in North Star Blade's heart. Even though more than a decade had passed, the guilt in his heart had not faded. "You're that North Star Blade." Yumi raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. North Star Blade did not hide it anymore and nodded lightly. "I'm out of prison. Why did you approach me? Why?" Yumi suddenly asked angrily. She suddenly remembered that when they first met, North Star Blade once asked her, "Who is Ikuchi Tezuka to her?" At this moment, Ikuchi Mei felt that she was deceived, and she was deceived by the enemy who killed her father. "I want to make it up to." Before North Star Blade could finish, Yumi interrupted. "That's enough, North Star Blade. You're a legend. You're very strong, and you're the idol of many, but I, Yumi, don't need your pity. Even though I know that my father died in a swordsmanship competition, I still hate you." At this moment, Yumi's eyes overflowed involuntarily. At this moment, her feelings were extremely complicated. During their interaction, she had already regarded North Star Blade as her friend and partner, but she did not expect North Star Blade to be the person she hated the most since she was a child. She could not accept such a gap. Looking at Yumi, North Star Blade opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. During their interaction, he found that Yumi was a very naive and optimistic girl. She seemed to be happy all the time, but at this moment, because of him at this moment, Adami Inoue and the others arrived and asked Yumi in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yumi did not answer. Under the surprised gazes of Adami Inoue and the others, she suddenly chose to go offline. Seeing this, North Star Blade's heart tightened, and he chose to log off as well. Only the stunned Adami Inoue and the others were left behind. They obviously couldn't understand how the victory they were supposed to celebrate suddenly turned into this. After logging off, Yumi opened the gaming cabin and dashed downstairs. At this moment, her mind was a mess. She didn't know how to face North Star One Blade. It had been more than 10 years, and this kind of hatred had become very vague. Rather than saying that she hated him, it was better to say that she wanted to hate him. At this moment, she wished that she didn't know the truth. At this time, North Star Blade also exited the game cabin. He turned his head to look at Akarmai's cabin, only to discover that the cabin door was open and Akarmai was nowhere to be seen. He immediately got up and ran down the stairs. North Star Blade was in a state of panic. He knew that everything was because of him. He even felt that he shouldn't have approached Juheime to make up for the guilt in his heart. At this moment, what Juheime needed the most was to calm down, not to see him. However, he was also afraid that Yumi, who had lost control of her emotions, would be in danger. With complicated feelings, he still chose to chase after her. Outside, it was raining cats and dogs. Akarmai ran madly, using this method to vent her emotions that she had nowhere to vent. Behind her, North Star Blade followed closely. As if noticing North Star Blade behind her, Akarmai suddenly stopped and turned around. Her bloodshot eyes glared at North Star Blade, and her fists gradually clenched. Then he charged at North Star Blade, raised his fist, and punched North Star Blade's cheek, knocking him to the ground. "Why are you still following me?" North Star Blade didn't say anything. He quietly crawled up from the ground. Bang! Akarmai moved her right foot forward, causing North Star Blade to stumble. At the same time, she punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground and causing a splash. "I'm asking you why." North Star Blade still didn't say anything. He quietly got up and stared at Akarmai, his eyes filled with pain and guilt. The look in his eyes made Akarmai panic. She gritted her teeth and swung her fist at North Star Blade again, knocking him to the ground again. However, North Star Blade still didn't resist. His body trembled, and he staggered to his feet. Because of the after effects of cultivating the Taiyuan sword intent, his body was currently very weak. These few punches made him feel powerless, but he still chose to face them. He didn't expect Akarmai to forgive him. He only hoped that she would feel better, and that he would feel better. Again and again he was knocked down, and again he stood up. The bruises on his face ruptured, and blood flowed from them. However, North Star Blade stood up again, trembling. "North Star Blade, what is the meaning of this?" Akarmai looked at the battered North Star Blade in the rain. She couldn't bear to attack him anymore. "Don't you want revenge?" North Star Blade steadied himself and looked at Akarmai. Hearing this, Akarmai couldn't help but be stunned. "I can give you a chance." "Are you pitying me?" Akarmai said angrily. "I don't have many years left to live, but my life is filled with regrets and irreparable guilt. Father, mother, Uncle Akarmai, Uncle Tezuka, Kikyo, I've let them down, but I don't have a chance to make it up to them anymore. But the moment I saw you, I seem to have found the motivation to live again." At this moment, North Star Blade spoke of his experiences, as well as his pain. He had been repressed for too long. Nothing had gone his way since he was young. Even North Star Blade felt like he was the bane of all existence. He only brought pain to everyone around him, and left only pain for himself. So he never asked for anything. He only wanted to make up for the mistakes he had made. Akarmai was stunned as she listened to North Star Blade's story. Although she had heard many legends about North Star Blade, she had never truly understood him. She didn't know what he had gone through. From North Star Blade's description, Akarmai seemed to see a lonely figure holding a sword with one hand, walking alone on a desolate road. All that surrounded him was darkness and coldness, and the only thing he could rely on was the sword in his hand. But even so, that sword still didn't bring him any hope. "I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to protect you. I want to use my remaining few years to protect the innocent and kind you. I'm not pitying you, I'm pitying myself. I just want to make myself feel better." Cough, cough. North Star Blade coughed up a pool of blood as his body swayed. "I don't ask for your forgiveness. If you still hate me, you can take my life at any time. I'm willing to do so. North Star Blade stood up straight again. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to dirty my hands. Looking at North Star Blade, Ikarmai suddenly took a step back. Now that she understood North Star Blade's story, she deflated like a balloon. The anger in her heart instantly vanished. Even if she wanted to hate North Star Blade, her hatred was too vague. It was so vague that she couldn't muster the courage to make a move. North Star Blade couldn't help but cough again as he looked at Ikarmai. Blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Get out of here. Ikarmai couldn't bear to see North Star Blade, but she gritted her teeth and said, Get out of here! This time, North Star Blade didn't insist. He could sense that Ikarmai's anger had subsided, so he could relax. He silently turned around and hobbled away. At this moment, he once again had no goal. He didn't even know where the road ahead of him was. It was like he was supposed to be alone. North Star Blade mocked himself in his heart. Ikarmai stared blankly at North Star Blade's lonely figure as he walked away. She suddenly didn't know what to do. She didn't know why she suddenly wanted to stop him, but she suppressed this urge. She couldn't help but clench her fists again. He shouldn't be pitied. Ikarmai tried to comfort herself. Thud! At this moment, North Star Blade suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ikarmai wanted to step forward, but just as she took a step forward, she stopped. She watched as North Star Blade struggled to get up from the ground, and then slowly walked forward. Cough, cough! North Star Blade knew that his body was in a terrible state, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. It was just a few punches, but it was already difficult for him to walk. Was he really a cripple? He gritted his teeth and persisted, trying to get out of Ikarmai's sight so that she wouldn't be angry or sad because of him. However, his legs were unusually heavy, and as he staggered forward, he couldn't help but cough up blood. Back when he cultivated his sword intent, his internal organs were already damaged. It was already a miracle that he was still alive, but his body couldn't bear the burden. His vision gradually blurred at this moment. He continued to walk, but his body still involuntarily lost its balance and once again fell heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to struggle to his feet again, he felt someone helping him up. He turned around and saw that it was Ikarmai. I didn't want to save you. Don't look at me like that. Ikarmai glared at North Star Blade. North Star Blade didn't say anything. He just looked at Ikarmai. Don't flatter yourself. I've thought it through. I want to learn sword arts from you, and then defeat you with my own hands, just like how you defeated my father. Don't you hate me? Yes, very much. Then why? A one-armed cripple like you has a peerless sword art. It's a waste to just take it away. Why don't you teach me? Ikarmai said fiercely. Hearing this, North Star Blade couldn't help but be stunned. Are you going to teach me or not? Ikarmai glared again. Yes. At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on North Star Blade's face. At this moment, Ikarmai was like a rainbow after the rain, silently moistening his heart, giving him hope and motivation again. At this time, Inoue Atami and the others were waiting anxiously in the living room. They didn't know what happened. Why did North Star Blade and Ikarmai suddenly leave without any news? They couldn't help but worry. At this time, two figures appeared at the door. With Ikazumi's help, North Star Blade slowly made his way into the room. What happened? How did Blade become like this? Seeing this, Inoue Atami immediately stood up and helped Ikarmai help North Star Blade to the sofa, then asked, Oh, he fell when he was outside just now. Hearing this, Ikarmai's eyes began to wander around, looking very guilty. Really? Looking at North Star Blade's bruised and swollen face, Inoue Atami didn't believe a single word of Ikarmai's explanation. At this time, North Star Blade also said insincerely, Really? It was raining really hard just now, so I went out for a walk. I don't know why, but Blade followed me. Then, maybe because he only has one arm, it's hard for him to control his balance, and the rainy road is relatively slippery, so Blade kept falling. Thanks to me supporting him, he was able to come back. Akarmai blushed as she made up a story full of loopholes. Inoue Atami glanced at Northstar Blade and said to Akarmai with squinted eyes, "Probably every time he fell, his face hit the ground, right?" More or less. It can't be helped if his sense of balance is bad," Akarmai said, feeling increasingly guilty. "Then can you tell me why you suddenly ran out on such a rainy day without an umbrella?" Inoue Atami continued to ask with squinted eyes. "Just now, I suddenly saw a notification from the gaming cabin that it was raining heavily outside, and then I don't know why, but I wanted to go out and take a shower." Hearing this, Inoue Atami and the others showed disdain on their faces. "Little May, with your IQ, you really can't make up a reliable story. I seriously suspect that you beat Blade up." I didn't. I'm such a lady, why would I hit someone?" Akarmai's guilty conscience made Inoue Atami and the others realize that Northstar Blade was really beaten up by Akarmai. At this moment, they automatically imagined many scenes of a young couple quarreling. Moreover, they finally understood why Akarmai brought the one-armed Northstar Blade along. It was because the two of them had a very close relationship. Moreover, Northstar Blade knew very powerful swordsmanship. Obviously, this person was a master of the Ikegami dojo, the kind that had an unclear relationship with Akarmai. While Akarmai was astonished, Inoue Atami's face showed an expression of sudden realization. Then he mischievously winked at her. "Akarmai, next time, let's talk things over. Don't throw a tantrum like a child. Look at how badly you beat Blade up. Since we've decided to be together, we should learn to understand each other," Inoue Atami said solemnly. "Akarmai, Northstar Blade." At this moment, Lu Wu, who was behind the scenes, was also observing Northstar Blade. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt a toothache. He did not want to eat this wave of dog food. Initially, when Lu Wu saw the notification from the battle artifact, "Super Gifted Player in Danger," he thought that something had happened. He immediately used the artifact to observe Northstar Blade. He did not expect it to turn out to be a wave of dog food. At this moment, Lu Wu felt very uncomfortable. "I've spent so much effort to nurture you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Northstar Blade. How could you win over such a cute girl with just a few words? How disappointing." Thinking of this, Lu Wu looked at Bei Li, who was sitting on the sofa happily eating snacks. Then he sighed dejectedly and continued to look at the artifact with a bored expression. Chapter 390. Among the 4 main servers of Battle Online, the Asia server had a very special position. To the players of the original server, the European server, and the Naraka server, the Asia server had nothing but a huge advantage in terms of the number of players. The sense of superiority in terms of strength was common in the other 3 servers. Although it was widely acknowledged that the original server was the strongest among the few servers, the Naraka server and the European server had their own pride. For example, the Naraka server. In their opinion, the region they were in was the most difficult to survive in. Being able to establish a foothold in such a map was enough to prove their strength. Coupled with the rapid development of technology in the early stages and the addition of IR, they felt that the cross-server war would be the world of the Naraka server players in the later stages. In the eyes of the European server players, the expert players in their server were second only to the original server. They had the same huge potential for development in the later stages. Moreover, they were the only camp with a Ghost Emperor NPC. If the Evil King were to join them, the other servers would be no match for them. Every server had its own pride and ambition, but the Asia server was the only one that had nothing special other than the advantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, the civil war in the early stages of the Asia server was endless. The friction between the camps was escalating, so the advantage in numbers could not be shown at all. Moreover, the Asia server was the server with the shortest history, so its overall development was the slowest. It had no advantage over the other servers. Therefore, in the eyes of the players of the other 3 main servers, if the cross-server war was going to start soon, the Asia server was purely a byproduct of the competition. It had no chance of winning the championship. The champion would still be chosen by the players from the original server, the European server and the Naraka server. However, on this day, the Asia server forum was very lively because someone had posted a video. In the eyes of many players in the Asia server, this video symbolized their rise. It also represented that they had finally welcomed the first top player among the expert players. In other servers, they were collectively known as the cheaters. The Moonlight Guild is recruiting expert players. Although there are not many members in the guild, all of them are elites. Watch the video for details. Original poster. Miss Adam. Attached video. The content of this video was the process of Northstar One Blade defeating the entire Hindustani team by himself. Northstar One Blade's superb skills during the battle caused a huge sensation in the Asia server forum. This video was quickly pinned to the top of the official website's homepage, causing a heated discussion among the players of the other servers. Kim Hyunel Asia so strong. Looking at his appearance, he should be a Korean player. Like Pu Haotian Asia Hehe in the future, brothers in the Asia server should be more confident. This means that the Asia server is starting to rise. He won't be the last one happy. Chan Zhong. Asia actually, he might be from our Singapore camp. Yeah, I'm just guessing, not sure. Shimada Hanzo, he's too strong. He looks like a Japanese kendo, but at the same time he doesn't. Since he's a player from the Asia server, he's one of us. Let's contribute to the future cross-server wars. Watermelon_Taro. This is level 0? I seriously suspected that he was cheating. Otherwise, how could he level up by killing players? This was too fake, wasn't it? Shueli_, the strongest. I have nothing to say about his technique. It's so strong that it's unbeatable. The only thing that I'm confused about is how he can level up in battle. Cosmic Star, hell, that's right. Who can explain? How can you kill players to level up? A special skill of the Asia server? Evil King's dumbfounded expression. Amidst the chatter of the players, the original poster, Adami in no way, edited his post again and added a picture of a weapon. Platycodon. JPG this time. The spectating players couldn't stay calm. Crayon_Shinchan. A legendary weapon at level 0 and it can still grow. Are you kidding me? I'll report you with my real name. A large wolf dog replied to Crayon_Shinchan. I'm begging you, please reveal your real name for once. I'm waiting for you to reveal your real name. Don't reveal your real identity every time you threaten me. Crayon_Shinchan replied to a large wolf dog. Stroking the dog's head with a smile, Tonghua, smoking calmly. Cultivating longevity. Actually, all of you are focusing on the wrong point. This legendary level weapon is only one of the reasons. His true strength lies in his own ability. I can feel his powerful sword intent through the screen. Apart from his own level, his realm is definitely not inferior to Ao Jian's smile emoji. Robot Tyrannosaurus, Europe, replied to cultivating longevity. It can't be. In my mind, Roving Sword should be one of the strongest cheaters. How can he compare? Doubtful, cultivating longevity replied to Robot Tyrannosaurus. I don't know much about sword intent, but from what I can see, his sword intent seems to be stronger than Roving Sword's. The only shortcoming is that it's not as pure as Roving Sword's. It seems to carry a lot of complicated things. AO Family Sword Technique, Northstar Single Strike? I'll remember it. I'm looking forward to fighting you. I'm really looking forward to it. I can be sure that you won't let me down. Your talent in swordsmanship reminds me of a former opponent. In other words, your sword intent is stronger than his. Brick moving _to_ get _stronger replied to AO Family Sword Technique. Roving Sword, please add me as a friend. Can you help me level up? I like using swords too. Crayon_Shinchan, the battle for the sword god is so terrifying. Why don't we take this opportunity to suppress the Asia server and let them know that the original server is the boss? Laughing emoji. The entire forum became unusually lively after the release of Northstar Single Strike's battle video. In the beginning, everyone was discussing the fact that this level 0 player actually possessed a legendary equipment. They felt that it was unbelievable. After all, the total number of players in all the servers who possessed legendary equipment was only a single digit. However, the newly launched Asia server had a growth-level legendary weapon. Moreover, it was in the hands of a level 0 player. This made the other players very surprised. However, with the appearance of Chi Ming, Roving Sword, and other professional players, the direction of the entire forum's discussion changed. They began to discuss North Star single strikes, individual skills in battle. Many players might not be able to understand the individual skills, but Roving Sword and the others gave a very good explanation. Although North Star Single Strike did not have any flashy skills due to his low level, his foundation in swordsmanship was incomparably powerful in the eyes of those who truly knew the ropes. This caused the group of professional players to be amazed. Seeing that the professional players had acknowledged this player so much, the audience immediately began to repeatedly watch North Star Single Strike's battle video with a learning attitude. Although they were still dumbfounded, they all had the same thought at that moment. If so many professional players said that he was powerful, then he must be very powerful. It did not matter if they could understand it or not. Moreover, due to North Star Single Strike's battle video, a wave of swordsmanship craze was created in the Asia server. Many Asia server players were fighting to imitate him. After all, the Asia server did not have any restrictions on the use of weapons. This was different from the original server, the European server, and the Naraka server. Basically, players of each class in these 3 servers had their own corresponding class weapon. It was not that they could not use other weapons, but that other types of weapons were simply not compatible with their own class. Naturally, they would not be able to obtain the bonus from the equipment. This was just like the rune masters of the original server. They could also use great swords and great axes, but their combat skills were all fist techniques. Using great swords would instead limit the use of their own abilities. Similarly, the European server and the Naraka server were the same. It was obviously unreliable to let the paladin use a staff and the lightsaber mech use a sniper rifle. However, the Asia server was different. The unique characteristic of the Asia server was evolution. They prioritized themselves over equipment. Moreover, they did not have the ability to specialize in weapons. This caused the Asia server to blossom with various types of weapons. Even the unpopular shield-type weapons became popular in the Asia server. Many Heavens Bearers in the Asia server basically had a shield in their hands in the early stages. However, due to the appearance of North Star Single Strike, many Asia server players began to favor swords. This even led to the booming business of many offline kendo gyms. The influence of the game Battle Online rose to another level with the launch of the Asia server. Indeed, every aspect of the game could affect reality. This was proven in many aspects. For example, Battle Online's official announcement of the start of the individual competition had caused many offline dojos and combat gyms to recruit a large number of new students from Battle Online. Another example was when the new expansion pack for the Sea region was first released. At that time, many players knew that the knowledge of sailing in reality could be applied in the game. Many players who wanted to focus on the development of the Sea region began to cram on the knowledge of the sea in reality. Because of this, there were even a few offline marine knowledge training classes with a high number of applicants. Also, when the Pharmacist Life class was first released, many players heard that the pharmaceutical knowledge in reality could be applied in the game. During that period of time, not only did many books on pharmaceutical knowledge sell well, but the number of new students recruited by medical schools was also much higher than in previous years. Wait a minute, as the popularity of Battle Online continued to rise, its influence on the real world grew. It even played a certain role in the development of science and technology. Among these, the biggest impact was the change in education. Due to the rapid development of modern science and technology, the internet had reached the point where many students would be exposed to the information-rich online world. In the eyes of parents, a large number of fun and time-killing games were a malignant tumor that harmed their children's learning progress. However, in the eyes of many students, it was an irresistible temptation. It was also a topic of conversation between them and their classmates. It was even a form of comparison. In the modern world, students were basically not interested in comparing their grades. However, comparing their levels in the game, comparing their equipment in the game, comparing their achievements in the game, etc., was a hot topic of conversation among students during their spare time. This was a huge headache for teachers and parents, but there was nothing they could do about it. If they were to forcefully stop the trend, their children would not have anything to talk about among their classmates and would appear to be antisocial. However, if they did not suppress it, the children would be addicted to the game and the impact would still be huge. In 2319, professional gamers had become a socially recognized profession. It was even a relatively high-end and high-income profession. However, after it was standardized, it brought about a continuous increase in the requirements. In this era, it was extremely difficult to become a professional gamer because there were too many people who were better than you. Therefore, many parents did not agree to let their children take this path. Therefore, games could only be a pastime and not the only one. However, this problem was finally solved as the popularity of Battle Online increased. In the beginning, it was because many big names and streamers in the gaming industry began to promote Battle Online. Therefore, many students began to come into contact with Battle Online. The speed of this spread was extremely fast. Coupled with the excellent quality of the game, Battle Online soon became a popular game among students. It even developed to the point that if you did not play Battle Online, you would not have a common language with your classmates. There was even a group of players who called themselves Battle Online fans. Most of these players were students and children. This group of players also played a role in promoting Battle Online because their daily activities were to promote Battle Online. It seemed that they did not care about other types of games at all. In their words, other games were rubbish. If you did not play Battle Online, you would have to have bad taste. In the beginning, this group of players was indeed very repulsive. However, after coming into contact with them, most of the players admitted this fact. Therefore, more and more students flooded into Battle Online. The topics of discussion during class were all about the content of Battle Online. This made the parents very depressed because this kind of addiction was even worse than before, and it really affected the students' studies. However, many students' excuse was, "Our classmates are playing. If I don't play, I'll be the odd one out. I'll have no friends." Some of the students' excuse was, "Why can't I play when all of you are playing?" Most of the parents were helpless against such excuses. However, when the students were still immersed in the joy of the game, Battle Online launched a new feature, an addiction prevention system that made most of the students break down. In the beginning, the students collectively protested. They even formed a group to post on the forum of Battle Online's official website to express their dissatisfaction. However, Battle Online's official website's attitude had always been so capricious. Such protests were obviously useless. The students who had no other choice but to give in and began their daily life of finishing questions before they could play the game. The introduction of the addiction prevention system made all the parents and teachers clap their hands in joy. It could be said that a hidden danger in their hearts was instantly solved. After the addiction prevention system was introduced, the conversation between parents and children gradually developed like this. "Son, hurry up and go online. I'll take you fishing in a while, but you have to pass the addiction prevention system first. Daughter, look, it's not that I don't want to take you to level up, but I can't do anything about it if you can't pass the addiction prevention system. Damn Battle Online. How could they introduce such a thing?" Secretly delighted emoji. "Son, I heard that the kid from the Wong family next door played games for 8 hours yesterday. Look at you. You're not motivated at all. Can't you play games properly? You always fail the addiction prevention system. If this goes on, how will your classmates look at you? How are you going to show off to your classmates in the future? Son, I've specially made a new weapon for you today. Try it out and see how it works. But you have to pass the addiction prevention system first, or you won't be able to bring it out. Good luck. Due to the introduction of the addiction prevention system, the style of the parents changed in an instant. Not only that, even the style of the students had changed. In the beginning, the students boasted about their level, equipment, achievements, and so on. But now there was an additional gaming time. Their daily boasting was as follows. Ha ha ha, I played Battle Online for 12 hours on Sunday. Proud emoji. Let me tell you, I passed the addiction prevention system 3 times in Battle Online yesterday. Proud emoji. Haha, triple X, why haven't you passed the addiction prevention system? I can pass it 3 times a day. I'm not bragging, the game is really fun, but you just can't play it. Ha ha ha. Following the introduction of the addiction prevention system, the results of the students across the country had generally improved. Even the teachers' opinions of Battle Online had changed because of this. Because the improvement of the results was voluntary and not forced, the efficiency was extremely high. Now, many schools were considering whether to use the scores of the addiction prevention system test and the number of times a student passed the test to evaluate the performance of the students. Lu Wu was also preparing to promote the addiction prevention system in the game to all servers, not just the local server. The new expansion pack of Endless Learning for primary school students was coming soon. Chapter 391. Recently, as the Beiki players gained more and more advantages against the Nine Yao army, His Excellency Xing Yao finally couldn't sit still anymore. He began to personally search for the players in the 2 big regions and wipe them out. Although the players had the ability to resurrect, their lives were still tough. They had to hide every day and could only wait for Xing Yao to calm down before going out to kill a few soldiers of the Nine Yao army to vent their anger. Life was tough but stable. Conquering the 2 big regions was just around the corner, so the Beiki players were very happy. Not only did the players realize this, but His Excellency Xing Yao also realized it. Subsequently, the purge became more thorough. The remaining 9 Yao brothers personally took action and began a 24-hour non-stop purge. This was undoubtedly too much for the players to bear. Many players were killed the moment they came online. Although they could resurrect, the 3-hour wait was extremely long. Moreover, even if the resurrection cooldown was over, it was still unknown if it was safe to come online again. Under such circumstances, the players decided to make a strategic retreat. The best place to guarantee their safety now was the underworld sea. Therefore, a large group of players began to head toward the Liuli coast. They planned to make a selective retreat first and come back again when the 9 Yao brothers had enough of their madness. At the same time, the underworld sea was also a very suitable area for the players to develop. Many players missed the Sea King after not going out to sea for a long time. We don't even know if he misses us. Of course, regardless of whether the Sea King missed them or not, the players just wanted to see him now. They wanted to know how he was doing recently, whether his appetite was good, and whether he had beaten the *T out of Langya Island hence. Waves after waves of players fled to the Liuli coast. They set sail and headed towards the Sea King. Kowloon Sea. The situation in the Kowloon Sea had become more and more complicated recently. A new force was rising rapidly, forming a third force that was equal to the new Mutesi nation, Sea King and Langya Island. However, the new Mutesi nation, which was originally in a weak position, was able to take a breather in this situation. The Sea King had also hastened the pace of gathering the undead army, preparing for war at any time. However, the emergence of this third force was unexpected by the Sea King and Langya. Moreover, the Sea King and Langya were not familiar with the owner of this third force, but the Sea King's subordinates were very familiar with her. It was Tianlan, the daughter of one of the 7 kings, Tian Kuan, who was saved by Wang Damong. The way she rose was out of everyone's expectation in the Kowloon Ocean. This was because she had actually opened the Nether Sea kingdom ruins and obtained the treasures within, as well as an incomparably large stone statue army. As the predecessor of the 8 sea kingdoms, the Nether Sea Kingdom once had the power to control the 3 seas. Even though it had fallen, the value of its inheritance was still incomparably huge. Moreover, there was an army of 100,000 stone statues in the Nether Sea Kingdom's ruins. Even the Sea King and Langya did not dare to underestimate this force. The workmanship of these stone statues was the same as the guardian statues of the 8 sea nations. In addition to the huge number of statues, Tianlan instantly rose to become the empress of the Kuelong Ocean. Her position as the 3rd overlord was unshakable. The Sea King was extremely vexed when he found out the reason for Tianlan's rise, because this power should have belonged to him. This Nether Sea Kingdom ruin was the Konkuan Island that he risked his life to go to. Back then, he was betrayed by his subordinate, Tian Kuan, and was ambushed there. In the end, he had to rely on the players to escape. He did not know how Tianlan managed to open the ruins with only the power of a ghost commander. However, now that the ruins had been opened, there was no turning back. He could not seize the stone statue army in Tianlan's hands. Moreover, although her existence was a big problem for the Sea King and Langya, no one dared to make the first move. Therefore, the Kuelong Ocean had become a 3-way stalemate. However, there was one thing that made the Sea King very nervous. He had just received news that Tian Kuan had been sent by Lang yet to Konkuan Island to ask for Tianlan's surrender. How could the Sea King not be angry at this traitor who almost put him to death? However, Tian Kuan had already surrendered to Langya Island. It was extremely difficult for him to capture this traitor, so he could only give up for now. However, what made the Sea King uneasy was that Langya Island had sent Tian Kuan to ask for Tianlan's surrender. This was very bad news for the Sea King. They were father and daughter. If the recruitment was successful, the Mute Sea King could basically prepare a backup plan. They were already at a disadvantage in the fight against the Langya Islands alliance. Moreover, Tianlan had the stone statue army, so they had no chance of winning. The Sea King could not stay calm when he received the news. He even planned to stop Tianlan himself. However, He Sui and his subordinates tried their best to stop him. They were afraid that this was another ambush. In the end, the Sea King could only give up. He could only hope that Tianlan had his own ambitions and would not agree to Tian Kuan's request. However, the development of the situation was obviously beyond the Sea King's imagination. At this moment, outside Konkuan Island, a giant octopus emerged from the bottom of the water and slowly climbed ashore. Tian Kuan, who had received the order, jumped off his mount and walked toward the island. At this moment, the ground trembled. Countless giant stone statues broke out of the ground and surrounded Tian Kuan. Tian Kuan's heart tightened when he saw this scene. He quickly said, "Tianlan, I'm your father. I am Tian Kuan." However, no one paid attention to Tian Kuan. The guardian statues started to attack Tian Kuan. Each of these stone statues had the strength of a ghost commander or above. The tallest one even had the strength of a ghost king. This made Tian Kuan anxious. He could not help but call out Tianlan's name again. However, there was still no response. Tian Kuan retreated step by step in the face of the stone statue's attacks. Just as he was about to retreat into the sea, all the stone statues suddenly stopped their attacks. Tian Kuan looked on in astonishment as a woman holding a golden scepter floated out of the island. She had long black hair and an elegant silver hairpin. There was not a trace of rouge on her face. This was a familiar face to Tian Kuan. However, there was only indifference in her eyes. The respect she had shown him when they first met was gone. "Why are you looking for me?" Tianlan asked Tian Kuan coldly as he floated in the air. Long time no see. Aren't you going to invite me in?" Tian Kuan immediately smiled and tried to curry favor with her. However, his eyes would occasionally glance at the golden scepter in Tianlan's hand. He had heard from the old shaman that this scepter was one of the symbols of the highest authority in the Netherworld Sea Kingdom, the Dark Sea King's scepter. Not only did it have many mysterious abilities, but the person who held it could also control all the guardian stone statues. This naturally included the 8 giant stone statues that guarded their 8 sea kingdoms. However, he had always thought that this scepter had been destroyed along with the Netherworld Sea Kingdom. He did not expect it to be hidden in the ruins of the Netherworld Sea Kingdom all this time. "What's the matter? Just say it." Tian Lan's expression did not change as he continued to ask. This made Tian Kuan a little embarrassed. He could not help but ask again, "Lan, don't you need to have the strength of a ghost emperor to open these ruins? Although you have the bloodline of a descendant of the Netherworld Sea Kingdom, your strength is only at the level of a ghost commander. How did you do it? What's the matter? If there's nothing else, you can leave now." Tian Lan did not give Tian Kuan any face at all. Although Tian Kuan was her biological father, Tian Lan could not be clearer about his character. For the sake of inheritance, he had incessantly caused the siblings to kill each other. In the end, he had even sent her away to be a concubine. Tian Lan had long been thoroughly disappointed by his actions. She had no feelings for such a father. Therefore, there was only disgust in her heart when she faced Tian Kuan. "Lan, to tell you the truth, I'm actually here to ask for your surrender. Although you have now obtained the Stone Statue Legion of the Netherworld Sea Kingdom, you must know that your faction is still the weakest among the 3 factions. However, if you join the alliance of Langia Island..." However, Tian Lan interrupted Tian Kuan before he could finish his sentence. "This is indeed you. When you surrendered to the Ocean King, I already felt that this was not your style. I didn't expect you to betray him so quickly. This is the real you." A golden light flashed in Tian Lan's beautiful eyes as she looked at Tian Kuan and said coldly, "Lan, is this how you speak to your father?" Tian Kuan's expression turned serious when he heard this. "Father? Do you have any sense of responsibility as a father? If I hadn't obtained the Stone Statue Legion of the Netherworld Sea Kingdom, you might not even care where I am or whether I'm dead." Tian Lan could not help but sneer. Tian Kuan's expression turned extremely ugly when he heard this. He took another look at the Netherworld Sea King's scepter in Tian Lan's hand. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He then said, "Lan, I was wrong back then. However, now that I've lowered my pride and come to persuade you to surrender, aren't you going to give me some face? I'm no longer the little girl who revered you back then, Tian Kuan." This time, Tian Lan called his name directly. "Lan, listen to me. This time, I'm not just trying to persuade you to surrender to the alliance of Langia Island. In fact, I have something more important to discuss with you." Tian Kuan's tone became warm again when he realized that Tian Lan could not be persuaded at all. Tian Lan did not reply this time. She just stared coldly at Tian Kuan. "Think about it. Although you're currently the 3rd force in the Kowloon Ocean, you're still the weakest force. It's very unlikely that you'll be the final winner in the battle for sea power. However, if you join the alliance of Langia Island, the Mutaisi nation of the Sea King will definitely suffer a crushing defeat. By then, the Sea King will have no other choice but to destroy the nation or retreat from the Kowloon Ocean. However, following the destruction of the Mutai Empire, the alliance of Langia Island will definitely disband. By then, you'll become the largest force in the Kowloon Ocean, far surpassing Langia Island." "What do you mean?" "Langia Island is only the leader of the alliance. Without the alliance, how can he compete with you? As long as you quickly take over Langia Island after the Sea King is destroyed and the alliance disbands, the entire Kowloon Ocean will become your territory. You'll also become the real Empress of Kowloon." Tian Lan suddenly laughed after hearing this. "It's really you. You've always planned your next step and always look at benefits. You've just betrayed the Sea King, and now you're already planning to betray Langia Island. Langia Island asked you to come and persuade him to surrender, but you want to kill him. You're indeed inhumane." Tian Kuan felt awkward after hearing Tian Lan's disrespectful words. but he still said, "Since you've already taken control of the stone statue army, don't you have any ideas? What about you? What's your goal? Or should I say, what benefits do you get if I obtain the Kuelong Ocean's power? You're my daughter. It's my Tianyu nation's supreme glory that you can become the overlord of the Kuelong Ocean." As Tian Kun spoke, the golden scepter in Tianlan's hand began to shine with a golden light. Her eyes were even covered by a layer of golden mist. "So you're planning to take the Netherworld Sea King scepter from me. What a pity. You didn't expect that I, who has the scepter, can see through all your thoughts." "What?" Tian Kun, who was still talking about the beautiful future, suddenly looked shocked. Then he saw a huge golden arm rising from the island and slapping at him fiercely. Chapter 392. This time, Tian Kun was sent to Konkuan Island by Langya, which was exactly what he wanted. After knowing that his daughter, Tianlan, controlled the stone statue army left behind by the Nethersea nation, his first thought was how to take control of the stone statue army from Tianlan's hands. At that moment, he was filled with jealousy. Although Tianlan was his daughter, family was never as important as power in his eyes. He only cared about benefits. Therefore, he was full of desire for the stone statue army in Tianlan's hands. From the beginning, his goal wasn't to make Tianlan surrender. However, in order to better obtain the authority in Tianlan's hands, he came up with two plans. The first was to get close to Tianlan. As long as Tianlan cared about family, it would be easy to seize the inheritance of the Nethersea nation from her hands. However, he was also aware of what he had done in the past. Therefore, if Tianlan didn't recognize him as her father, he would throw out the carefully planned route of benefits. He believed that as long as Tianlan had this ambition, she would definitely fall for it. After all, as long as the Langya Island Alliance disbanded, it was entirely possible for Tianlan to become the sole overlord of the Kuelong Ocean. What he had to do was to find an opportunity to seize the inheritance of the Nethersea nation from Tianlan while assisting her. The premise of both plans was to get close to Tianlan. Tian Kun was very confident about this. Although he didn't pay much attention to Tianlan, he didn't believe that Tianlan didn't have any ambition, since she could survive the fight for the inheritance among her siblings. In fact, Tianlan was indeed tempted. Initially, her only goal was to obtain the inheritance of the Tianyu nation. However, now that she had obtained the stone statue army left behind by the Nethersea nation, she naturally didn't care about the inheritance of the Tianyu nation. However, the position of the overlord of the Kuelong Ocean was completely different. This supreme power was too tempting for Tianlan. What Tian Kun said previously had already attracted her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have listened to Tian Kun. However, Tianlan was very clear that Tian Kun wouldn't do it for nothing. She also didn't believe that Tian Kun would be so kind as to assist her to become the ruler of the Kuelong Ocean. Therefore, while Tian Kun was explaining, she used the ability of the Dark Ocean King's scepter, meditation. This was another ability of the Dark Ocean King's scepter apart from controlling the stone statue army. It was a special ability that could detect the target's hidden desire through their emotional fluctuations. Just now, she sensed Tian Kun's desire through this ability, and the target was the Dark Ocean King's scepter in her hands. Tian Kun didn't have good intentions from the beginning. Tianlan didn't even feel disappointed when her father had such thoughts, because she knew Tian Kun too well. Tian Kun was just trying to snatch the Nethersea nation's inheritance from her hands. In Tian Kun's line of sight, a giant golden arm rose from Konkuan Island and swatted at him. What are you doing?" Tian Kun was terrified when he sensed the boundless pressure from the giant golden arm. He hurriedly turned to Tianlan and shouted, I Tian, your father. Tian, your Tianlan. Looking at the approaching golden arm, Tian Kun wanted to escape. However, the scepter in Tianlan's hands emitted a golden light that locked him in place. No matter how hard he attacked, He couldn't break the golden barrier. Actually, your idea isn't bad, but you're still an unstable factor. Please die. As soon as Tianlan finished speaking, the huge golden arm slammed into Tian Kuan, who was locked in place. The entire island shook violently. The violent wind pressure blew the seawater around Konkuin Island back a few meters. When the huge golden arm lifted up, it left a huge palm print where it had been. Tian Kuan had been smashed into smithereens, leaving no trace of his existence behind. Tianlan smirked as she looked at the palm print. Then, she looked in the direction of the sea with anticipation. At this moment, the dark Ocean King's scepter glowed with golden light, and a golden shadow emerged from it. It was a man in a golden robe with an unusually dignified face. He first looked at the palm print below, then at Tianlan. "He's your father. So what?" "Yes, so what?" The man smiled and said again, "You're right. What do you plan to do next?" Tianlan turned to look at the golden shadow and said, "I'll restore the Nether Ocean, starting from the Kuelong Ocean domain. I'll rebuild the Nether Ocean nation that spans across the 3 major ocean domains and become a true empress, just like the Nether Ocean Empress. You can't do it if you only rely on the stone statue army." The man made of golden light shook his head and said, "Ambition is a good thing. It can help you improve and become stronger. However, if your ambition is too great and doesn't match your strength, it will destroy you. As long as I accept the inheritance of the Nether Ocean Empress, I believe I have the ability to do so," Tianlan said solemnly as he looked at the man made of golden light. "Ambition is something that will continuously expand along with your strength. When you become stronger, you will then pursue things of a higher level. This was the case for the Empress in the past. Her dream was just to become the lord of a sea region, and she achieved this goal very quickly. However, as her strength grew, she was no longer satisfied with being a lord of a sea domain. Later, she started a war. After gaining control of the Void Ocean, she chose to attack the Kuelong Ocean. Later, she took over the Jade Spring Ocean and became the lord of the 3 major ocean domains, establishing the incomparably powerful Nether Ocean nation. However, even though she obtained everything she once desired, her ambition was no longer satisfied. It was this boundless ambition that killed her. How did she die? Tianlan asked subconsciously as he looked at the dignified man made of golden light. Upon hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed in the eyes of the man made of golden light. In a war of unlimited expansion, one will always offend an unbeatable enemy. No matter how smooth the road ahead is, it will all be for naught at this point. Who is it? Is it the overlord of the sea domain? Upon hearing the man made of an unbeatable enemy, Tianlan suddenly thought of the sea spirit hidden in every sea domain, which was the strongest overlord of the sea domain. The Empress's strength has already reached the demigod level. She is not afraid even when facing the sea spirit. A trace of pride flashed in the man's eyes as he narrated to Tianlan. The heroic image of the Empress holding the golden scepter and ruling the 3 major oceans surfaced in his mind. Since it's not the sea spirit, could it be a god? Looking at Tianlan, the man made of golden light sighed and said, "When the Empress was at the peak of her power, she was no longer satisfied with the expansion of the sea domain. She planned to extend the territory of the Nether Ocean to the land. The first force she came into contact with was the land of Beiki to the west of the Void Ocean." Beiki! Upon hearing the name Beiki, Wang Dameng's face appeared in Tianlan's mind. At this moment, the man made of golden light continued. At that time, the Empress was too ambitious and overconfident in her power and strength. She did not understand the specific situation of the land of Beiki at that time before she sent her troops there. This was the beginning of the crisis of the Nether Ocean Kingdom's destruction. In the first battle with Beiki, the second army of the Nether Ocean Kingdom, the tidal army, was completely annihilated. As the monarch of the Nether Ocean Kingdom, the Empress personally went to the battlefield after receiving the news. However, When she approached Beiki, the Empress was shocked to find that the entire sea domain was frozen. All the soldiers of the tidal army were turned into ice sculptures. Such an incomparably powerful tidal army that had made countless glorious achievements was annihilated just like that. In order to find out the reason, the Empress began to search the sea domain. She wanted to know who exactly sealed her tidal army in ice. However, during her search, she met a child. Faced with the Empress's question, he nonchalantly told her that it was all his doing. At that time, the furious Empress naturally did not hesitate to attack. Although that child was very powerful and had the strength of a ghost emperor, he was still unable to fight back against the Empress. In the end, he was captured alive by the Empress. At this moment, the man suddenly looked at Tianlan with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Did you know that the Empress thought that he was the strongest creature in the land of Beiki and hoped that he would surrender to her? However, do you know his true identity? Upon hearing this, Tianlan frowned slightly. His Excellency of Beiki! At that time, the Empress thought so too. However, that young man said that his name was Frozen and that he was a descendant of the Beiki divine clan. He was also the clan leader of the Ice Snow clan, a subordinate of the current king of Beiki. What? The strength of a ghost emperor was only a clan leader? Tianlan was very surprised. The man couldn't help but nod. The opportunity for the war between Beiki and the Nether Sea Kingdom was Frozen's capture. After that, Beiki took the initiative to declare war on the Nether Sea Kingdom. At that time, we realized how strong Beiki was at that time. Their Excellency was a madman who could break through the godly state at any time. Other than Frozen, the other 3 clan leaders were no weaker than Frozen. However, this was only the top power of Beiki. The 4 clans under the king of Beiki had countless ghost kings and ghost commanders. Facing their fierce attacks, the Nether Sea Kingdom was powerless. At this point, the man let out a long sigh. His heart was filled with regret. How he wished that time could turn back so that he could dissuade the Empress. So the Nether Sea Kingdom was destroyed by Beiki? Tianlan asked after pondering for a while. Of course not. Fortunately, Beiki had no intention of expanding. In the end, the Nether Sea Kingdom chose to compromise and handed over Frozen. The forces of Beiki also retreated and the war ended. However, at that time, the Nether Sea Kingdom was already greatly weakened. As a huge force that spanned across 3 seas, the Nether Sea Kingdom was full of weaknesses at this moment. Many forces had long lost control. The destruction of the Nether Sea Kingdom was just an opportunity. What about you? How did you die? Tianlan asked again. I was slapped to death by the king of Beiki at that time. A madman named North Sea. Tianlan was speechless. As the supreme commander of the Nether Sea Kingdom's army, you couldn't even withstand a slap. Tianlan seemed to be in disbelief. The world is bigger than you think, and there are countless powerhouses. Even at its peak, the Nether Sea Kingdom only occupied a small part of the underworld. As the supreme commander of the Nether Sea Kingdom's army, even with the strength of the Ghost Emperor realm, I was still vulnerable in the face of a true powerhouse. Fortunately, the Empress absorbed my soul into the scepter of the king's scepter. Otherwise, my soul would have been destroyed. The man could not help but sigh again. What about the Empress? Was the Empress also severely injured by the king of Beiki? The man could not help but shake his head. That madman was decisive and ruthless, but he had a principle, and that was not to hit women. He did not use his full strength when he fought with the Empress. In the end, the battle only ended when the Empress realized that she was no match for him. How did the Empress get severely injured? As long as the Empress is here, the Nether Sea Kingdom should not be destroyed. Tianlan was puzzled. It was because of Frozen. Even the king of Beiki had stopped. But this bastard did not stop and told the divine clan of Beiki behind him. Although the king of Beiki does not hit women, the divine clan of Beiki behind Frozen did not care about this. At that time, a woman from the divine clan of Beiki came. She called herself the Northern Spiritual Realm, and she was Frozen's direct ancestor. When she found the Empress, she only said one thing. She asked the Empress to take a slap from her. Even after so many years, the white-haired boy, Frozen, still went to snitch on her even after the war had ended. Every time he thought of him, he would be so angry that his teeth would itch. Then he spoke again. The Northern Spiritual Realm from the divine clan of Baki was a deity, and the Empress was only a demigod. Although she took the blow, she was seriously injured. The injury continued to worsen, and even the Empress could not withstand it. Before she died, the Empress announced that the Nether Sea Kingdom would change its heir. Then, she passed away on Konkuan Island. After that, you must have guessed it. Without the Empress, the Nether Sea Kingdom no longer had the power to control the 3 major seas. First, the Jade Spring Sea territory was captured and lost. After that, the Nether Sea Kingdom, which only had control over 2 major seas, was still the target of the surrounding sea forces. Under such circumstances, the king of the Nether Sea Kingdom at that time could not save the empire that was gradually declining. He could only announce the dissolution of the Nether Sea Kingdom and establish a new 8 Sea Kingdom. He also presented the guardian statue that represented the symbol of the Nether Sea Kingdom to the 8 countries, hoping that they would not forget that the 8 countries were once one. At the same time, he hoped that they would secretly accumulate their strength and weight for the day of restoration. After that, the king of the Nether Sea Kingdom at that time left the Nether Sea King's scepter and the stone statue army in Konkuan Island, letting them protect the Empress who had long passed away. At the same time, he left behind a priest that he trusted the most, letting him continue to supervise the development of the 8 countries. However, he himself disappeared and never appeared again. After listening to the story of the man with golden light, Tianlan sighed in her heart. She did not expect that the once prosperous Nether Sea Kingdom would actually decline in such a way. It was the Empress who brought the Nether Sea Kingdom to the glorious position of overlord of the 3 major seas. However, in the end, it was also because of the Empress that the Nether Sea Kingdom headed towards destruction. Tianlan was also clear about what happened after that. How could the 8 countries that had left the Nether Sea Kingdom go back so easily? The old priest, who was already in a state of exhaustion, was even more powerless to save anything. From then on, the 8 countries were the 8 countries, although they would look back on the pride and glory of the Nether Sea Kingdom. However, no one would agree to let them rebuild the Nether Sea Kingdom. This was reality. Chapter 393. Seeing that Tianlan seemed to have understood something, the man in golden light asked again, "Have you changed your mind now?" But what he did not expect was that Tianlan still shook her head. "My mind will not change. I was born in the Tianyu nation, and the education I received from a young age was that power is paramount. You may not understand the Empress's thoughts, but I do. This is a challenge and a way to surpass oneself. You may not have experienced the feeling of climbing up step by step from the bottom. It is an indescribable pleasure. The important thing is the process. There will never be an end." As she spoke, Tianlan's lips curled up. She did not hide the desire and ambition in her eyes. She had been born in the Tianyu nation. Although she was the daughter of the ruler of the Tianyu nation, she had never been special because she had too many siblings. And the main theme of her childhood had been the struggle for power. At that time, she had no choice. If she wanted to live, she had to become stronger and then kill her own siblings. Step by step, she would become the future ruler of the Tianyu nation. There was only one way to quit, and that was to die. She had been forced to grow up step by step. From a young age, she had been instilled with the idea that to become the ruler of the Tianyu nation, she could do anything. She could assassinate, she could form cliques, she could poison. All despicable methods were legal in the struggle for power. This was the purgatory that every successor of the Tianyu nation had to go through. But it had to be said that growing up in such an environment, Tianlan's desire for power was unparalleled. Ever since she could remember, her desire for power had run through her entire life. So she now understood the Nether Sea Empress very well. She knew why she had embarked on the path of endless conquest. Just like her now. Originally, she had desired the throne of the Tianyu nation the most. But now, after taking control of the stone statue army in the Nether Sea relic, she had changed her mind. Since I have such great power, why not build an even more glorious power? To Tianlan, ambition was nothing more than the evolution of desire. She was willing to fall into it, constantly striving to reach the pinnacle, until one day, like the Empress, she became a thing of the past. What she enjoyed was the process. No matter how bad the ending was, it was still death. Seeing Tianlan smile evilly, the man in golden light could not help but be stunned. Tianlan, who was holding the golden scepter, almost made him think that he was seeing her again. The Empress that he had followed all his life. So, it was really similar. Looking at Tianlan, his gaze gradually became resolute. He then said, "Do you want to know how to obtain the Empress's inheritance? Didn't you say you would only tell me when the time was right?" Tianlan was slightly surprised. "I feel that the time is ripe. Do you know, I've always regretted not stopping the Empress's unrestrained expansion, but now I feel that I was wrong. After hearing what you said, I understand that the Empress is the same as you. She only enjoys the process of conquering. Perhaps she had long guessed that she would be destroyed in this crazy expansion sooner or later, but she still had the obligation to do it." When Tianlan heard that, he shook his head gently. "You don't understand because you don't have that kind of ambition." "Yes, I don't understand. That's why I think the time is right. I think you're the best successor to the Water Empress." The man in golden light said immediately, "What do you mean? When I helped you obtain the Dark Sea King scepter, I actually wanted to use you to find an opportunity for the Dark Sea nation to recover. That's why when you asked about the Empress's inheritance, I said that I would tell you when the time was right. In fact, I never thought of giving the Empress's inheritance to a little girl in the Ghost Commander stage like you. But this time I've changed my mind. I think you're more suitable than anyone else to inherit the Empress's inheritance. Aren't you afraid that you're wrong? I've followed the Empress my whole life, and in you I see her shadow." When Tianlan heard that, she could not help but laugh. At that moment, it was as if an iceberg had melted. For a moment, the man in golden light was mesmerized. "Tell me, how can I obtain the Empress's inheritance?" Actually, all of the Empress's inheritance is in her body when she passed away. There is only one way to obtain the inheritance, and that is to use a special spiritual formation to break open a few fixed acupuncture points in the Empress's body and draw out the inheritance hidden in her body. This special spiritual array is hidden under the Empress's body, but because of the long time the spiritual energy inside has been exhausted, a large amount of spiritual materials is needed to awaken it. When he heard that, Tianlan frowned. "What will happen if I forcefully break through the Empress's body?" When he heard that Tianlan wanted to forcefully break through the Empress's body, the man in golden light was furious. This was because, in his eyes, the Empress was his Empress. Her dignity could not be blasphemed. However, when he looked at Tianlan, his anger suddenly subsided. This was because he thought of what the Empress would have done if she had been here. "You really are very similar to the Empress. However, I can tell you that the Empress has already left a taboo. If you forcefully break through it, you won't get anything. Then, how many spiritual materials do I need to awaken the spiritual array?" "The more, the better. It's best to prepare more in case the process of inheritance is suddenly interrupted due to a lack of spiritual materials. And you only have one chance." At that moment, Tianlan suddenly stared at the man in golden light and asked, "Is this a trap?" When the man in golden light heard that, he was stunned. Then he realized what Tianlan was referring to. Obviously, he was asking if he could be trusted. "Based on my understanding of the Empress, if this is a trap and she's in your shoes, she definitely won't hesitate to bet her worthless life on the inheritance of a demigod. What's the harm in dying?" The man in golden light suddenly laughed. When she heard that, Tianlan smiled sweetly because this was exactly what she was thinking at that moment. After waving her hand and keeping the man in golden light into the scepter, Tianlan began to think about where to get a large amount of spiritual materials. In fact, she only obtained the Dark Ocean King's scepter and the stone statue army from the Nethersea relic. The other spiritual materials and treasures were already divided by the 8 nations when the Nethersea kingdom was destroyed. There was nothing left for her. Hence, to obtain the Empress's inheritance as soon as possible, where to find spiritual materials became the key. As she was thinking, an idea appeared in her mind. Plunder. Now that the resources in the Kowloon Ocean were basically controlled by the Sea King, Langya, and the other allied forces, plundering was the fastest way for her to obtain resources. At that moment, Tianlan also thought about the members of the Sea Trade Association who frequently visited the Kowloon Ocean. These sea merchants would bring a large amount of resources every time they came. Plundering any one of them would allow her to obtain a large amount of spiritual materials and treasures. Thinking of this, Tianlan couldn't help but smile. She then raised the golden scepter in her hand high. Suddenly, the entire Konkoan island began to tremble and stone statues rose from the ground. At that moment, she had the idea of forming the largest plundering team in the Kowloon Ocean. Her target was all the forces in the Kowloon Ocean, including the Sea King, the allied forces of Langya, and even those sea merchants. She would plunder the treasures regardless of the consequences. Although it was crazy, Tianlan understood that as long as she obtained the Empress's inheritance, all the troubles would no longer be troubles. Just as Tianlan was thinking about this, her expression suddenly froze. She then turned her head and looked into the distance. Her line of sight continued to extend under the blessing of the scepter's golden light. At that moment, she discovered a huge fleet emerging from the sea. Seeing this scene, Tianlan couldn't help but smile. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. She didn't expect her target to appear before she even left the island. Since she had already planned to plunder, she naturally wouldn't let go of the prey that came to her. She immediately waved the scepter in her hand. Suddenly, the island trembled even more violently. Countless stone statues of different sizes emerged from the ground as they were summoned by Tianlan. Finally, an incomparably huge golden statue that was hundreds of meters tall emerged from the island. The ground trembled with every step it took. Its huge body was like a deity that was filled with incomparable power. After arriving beside Tianlan, it slowly lowered its head. Tianlan's figure floated up and stood on the left shoulder of the golden statue. Roar! The golden statue stood up and roared with its head raised. Then the incomparably powerful stone statue army began to walk toward the sea, heading toward the direction of the fleet of warships. The sea area outside Konkoan Island. The fleet formed by the players was sailing forward. Recently, the players felt that their days in Beiki were no longer possible. His Excellency Xing Yao and his brothers had been going crazy recently, wiping out the players in a frenzy. This kind of craziness made the players think of hiding temporarily. Hence, they were ready to catch up with the Sea King. After entering the Kowloon Ocean, the players were chatting in the regional channel or the guild channel. Basically, the content of the chat was analyzing the battle between the Sea King and the allied forces of Langya Island. At this time, on the warship of the Myth Guild, the core members of the Great Dragon Guild and the Myth Guild were gathered on the deck and chatting. At this time, Xue Li suddenly looked at the dog who was trying to walk with 2 legs not far away. She said helplessly, "Dog, don't be like this. I feel terrible just looking at you." Upon hearing that, the dog immediately put down his forelimbs and bared his teeth. "Xue Li, what do you mean? Why can't you accept the reality?" "Actually, I think the White Phantom is quite good-looking." Xue Li couldn't help but smile as she spoke. "I think so too. Just bear with it for now. Sooner or later, you'll evolve into the handsome White Phantom's ultimate form. Wang Damong, who was beside Shueli, also grinned. Upon hearing that, the dog subconsciously touched the two small horns on his head. He suddenly felt his heart ache. He used to think that he would be extremely handsome after his evolution. After all, he would be in the form of a divine beast. However, he was still a F** king dog. The feeling of having his dream shattered made the dog depressed for a while. Therefore, before the ultimate evolution, he wanted to start walking with two legs and try to make himself more majestic. His friends naturally strongly resisted this. After all, they had already treated him as a mascot. They just didn't say it out loud. Regarding Sun Chi's evolution, his friends were basically hoping that the evolution would fail. Of course, Sun Chi naturally didn't know about this, because all he saw were his friends encouraging him to evolve, and he was gradually sinking into this kind of white lie. No, even if I can evolve into the ultimate form, I must find a way to transform. The dog, who was filled with grief and indignation, said immediately, "Don't even think about it. I don't think there's such a thing as transformation in this game." Shueli calmly said, "I don't believe it. There are so many hidden opportunities in the game. There must be an opportunity for me to transform." The dog pointed at Shueli with one hand on his waist and said, "You don't know how lucky you are. Obtaining the White Phantom's inheritance is like reaching the sky in a single bound. Look at me. As the first player of Battle Online, I'm still a cursed apostle. I haven't obtained any inheritance, and my skills are just SOSO. I'm mediocre." Wang Damong let out a long sigh. "Damong, don't be discouraged. Don't forget your dream." Shueli gave Wang Damong an encouraging look. "What dream?" "My dream now is to find a rich woman to support me. Then I'll have an endless supply of soul coins and resources to grow stronger." Blind King Damong sighed again as he spoke. "Haha, it's a pity. Damong, you're too ugly. The rich woman won't be interested in you. With me here, I guess you have no hope." Chinziyu suddenly interrupted. "Get lost!" Just as everyone was joking, the sea suddenly surged. A group of incomparably large stone statues broke through the water and appeared in front of the players' fleet. Just as the players were wondering what was going on, a cold voice came from the front. "Plunder. Those who leave behind spiritual materials, treasures, and other resources will live. Otherwise die." Then the players saw an incomparably large golden statue rising from the sea. Instantly, the fleet was pushed back by the huge waves. The players also noticed Tianlan, who was standing on the left shoulder of the golden statue and holding a golden scepter. I'll say it again. Plunder. Those who leave behind spiritual materials, treasures, and other resources will live. Otherwise die. Tianlan said expressionlessly as he looked at the huge fleet below him. The players were dumbfounded when they heard him. They had always been the ones plundering others, but this time they were the ones being robbed. Pirates? The players looked at Tianlan with a strange expression. Tianlan could not help but frown when he realized that none of the players responded. Then he waved the golden scepter and the army of stone statues moved. They attacked the players' fleet of warships. The weakest of these stone statues was at the level of a ghost commander. The destructive power of their simultaneous attack was extremely shocking. The warships at the front row were basically defenseless. They were instantly destroyed and began to sink into the sea. Seeing this, the players were dumbfounded. Who the hell is this? Is he so ruthless that he's attacking just like that? This was the first time the players had encountered such a ruthless force. Previously, regardless of whether it was the Rock Ghost King, the Star Brilliance, the Sea King, or Langya, they would discuss with the players before attacking. This was the first time they had encountered someone so direct. However, the players would not surrender. They immediately activated the Spectre warships and began to counterattack. Tianlan smirked when he saw the players' resistance. He waved the scepter, and the guardian deity statue below him let out a deafening roar. Its right arm slashed forward, and a long row of warships was instantly destroyed. The entire sea was instantly filled with scattered hull parts. F***CK, so fierce! Seeing this, the players could not help but curse. Looking at the golden colossus, the players subconsciously activated their analysis ability. Golden Lord, Beginner Ghost Emperor. Item details. The container of the ancient Nether Sea nation's fate, the Lord of the Stone Statue, personally cast by the Nether Sea Empress. The Lord of Golden Lord is the Emperor of the Nether Sea Nation. It is one of the symbols of the ancient Nether Sea Nation's power. It possesses the combat strength of the Beginner Ghost Emperor, and its defense strength has reached the Advanced Ghost Emperor level. It is the Nether Sea Nation's protection artifact. Item notes. Golden Lord is the Nether Sea Nation's fate artifact. The stronger the nation, the more powerful it is. Due to the destruction of the Nether Sea Nation, Golden Lord's strength has dropped to the initial Beginner Ghost Emperor level. Looking at the Golden Statue's analysis panel, the players could not remain calm. Initially, they wanted to counterattack when they were robbed. Only now did they realize that they could not defeat this opponent at all. It's over. It took us so much effort to escape from Bakey, but now we're going to be sent back to Bakey for free. Looking at Golden Lord, Xue Li sighed helplessly. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Wang Damong, who was beside her, was staring at Golden Lord with a face full of joy. Damong, why are you staring at the stone statue like a love-struck fool? Stop fooling around. Don't you see the woman on Golden Lord's shoulder? You might not believe it, but she's my concubine. Wang Damong replied with a serious face. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xue Li, the dog, Guyu, Qinziu, and the others could not help but laugh out loud. Damong, you're too obsessed with the rich woman. Xue Li patted Wang Dameng's shoulder with a distressed expression on her face. Yes, we have to accept reality. Take me, for example. Although I've turned into a beast, the cruel reality has never defeated me. The dog immediately jumped out and said, Get lost, I'm serious. She almost became my concubine back then. Wang Damong shouted with a red face in the face of everyone's mockery. Yes, yes, yes. Damong, hurry up and ask your concubine to stop. If this goes on, we're going to be wiped out. Chen Ziyu grinned. Ha ha ha! The crowd burst into laughter. Facing the crowd's distrust, Wang Damong felt aggrieved. After thinking for a while, he plucked up his courage and walked to the front of the battleship. He took a deep breath and shouted at Golden Lord, Tianlan, I'm Wang Damong. Stop right now. What happened next stunned Xue Li and the other players. All the stone statues actually stopped attacking at this moment. Chapter 394. Was she really Wang Dameng's concubine? This thought popped up in the minds of the players at the same time. However, they didn't think so anymore as the Stone Statue Legion's attack became more violent and the surrounding ships were destroyed rapidly. Many players were stunned as they were beaten into clouds of black mist by the Stone Statue Legion. Tianlan, I am Wang Damong. Seeing this, Wang Damong roared again, unwilling to give up. As soon as he spoke, the attack became more ferocious. Xue Li and the others immediately stepped forward to stop Wang Damong, who was about to continue shouting. Brother Damong, don't be impulsive. I know she's a rich woman, but we must have our principles. We can't force things that don't belong to us. Xue Li pressed on Wang Dameng's head and advised him anxiously. I really know her. At this moment, Wang Damong felt like crying. He didn't understand what was going on and why Tianlan didn't recognize him anymore. Yes, I know her in my dream, Xue Li continued. At this moment, Wang Damong felt wronged. Why didn't anyone believe him when he was telling the truth? They really knew each other, and she almost became his concubine. Just when the players thought they couldn't escape from this disaster, the Stone Statue Legion suddenly stopped attacking. The giant golden statue lowered its head slowly and stopped near the myth realm worship. Tianlan, who was standing on Gold Supreme's shoulder, looked at Wang Damong, who was being controlled by the crowd. Why are you here? Yes, it's me. Wang Damong quickly pried open Xue Li and the others' hands and came to the edge of the ship with a grin. He looked at Tianlan excitedly. By the way, you didn't hear me shouting just now, did you? As he spoke, Wang Damong glanced at the dumbfounded crowd. His vanity was satisfied at this moment. Gazing at Wang Damong, Tianlan had mixed feelings. Ever since she was young, the only time she felt warmth was not from her family, but from this man whom she didn't know at all. At this moment, she still clearly remembered the scene when Wang Damong treated her when she was seriously injured and brought her out of the island. Looking at Tianlan, who was silent, Wang Damong was secretly delighted. He felt that Tianlan still remembered him. In that case, things would be easier. He was going to act tough now. I heard you. At this moment, Tianlan suddenly spoke. Ahem. Then why did you still attack? Wang Damong seemed a little embarrassed. No reason I want to. We are all acquaintances here. Don't be like this. Why don't you let us live this time? Wang Damong continued to ask awkwardly in the face of Tianlan, who did not give him any face at all. Hearing this, a charming smile appeared on Tianlan's face, causing Wang Damong's heart to tremble, thinking that there was a chance. We're even. I've given you the son of the sea. What right do you have to beg me now? He thinks too highly of himself. At that moment, the smile on Wang Damong's face froze. The surrounding crowd seemed to have heard the sound of Wang Damong's heart breaking. Uft, uft, ha ha ha. Xue Li's face suddenly turned red, and she could not help but laugh out loud. At this time, Wang Damong was extremely embarrassed. He thought he could show off in front of everyone, but he didn't expect Tianlan to not give him any face at all. If you don't want to die, ask your clansmen to hand over all their resources. Tianlan spoke again with an indifferent expression. Hey, why are you so arrogant? Do you know who we are? Hearing this, the dog jumped out and bared his teeth at Tianlan. Does it matter who we are? The important thing is that you're no match for me, Tianlan replied with a smile. At this moment, the dog was speechless. Then he angrily raised his claw and slapped the deck because he was really speechless. To tell you the truth, even if you kill all of us, you won't get anything. However, if you let us go, you'll have one less opponent in the future. Gu Yu also stood out at this time and looked at Tianlan solemnly. Do you think I'll care? I'll say it one last time, hand over all your resources, or else the ship will be destroyed and everyone will die. This time, the players were completely helpless. Facing such a strong Tianlan, it seemed like there was no other way but to fight. Come on, who's afraid of who? Tianlan, right? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what the fourth natural disaster is. Knowing that there was no way to negotiate, the dog started to clamor again. Tianlan did not say anything this time. The golden giant statue stood up and immediately launched an attack. While the dog and the others were stunned, a giant golden hand descended from the sky and slapped the myth realm warship fiercely. Instantly, the hull of the warship collapsed. All the players on the warship could not resist the huge pressure, and all of them entered the cool-down period of death. However, there was one exception, and that was Wang Damong. Wang Damong, who initially thought that he would be killed by the giant hand, was surprised to find that he was not dead. Moreover, a layer of light film formed by a layer of golden light had appeared on the surface of his body. It was this layer of light film that protected him just now. He subconsciously raised his head and immediately noticed that the golden scepter in Tianlan's hand was shining with a dazzling golden light. Did she save me? While Wang Damong was stunned, the players around him weren't so lucky. Their warships continued to crumble under the assault of the Stone Statue Legion, and only 10 minutes had passed since all the warships were destroyed. The huge warship fleet that was formed by thousands of warships was destroyed just like that. After that, all the Stone Statue Legion on the surface of the sea sank into the water, leaving only the magnificent golden giant statue. Tianlan! Tianlan! At that moment, Wang Damong began to call Tianlan's name again. However, Tianlan ignored him and continued to stand on the golden giant statue, waiting for something. After a while, all the stone statues floated to the surface of the sea. Then the golden giant statue lowered its head again and came before Wang Damong. At that moment, the light film on the surface of Wang Dameng's body dissipated. Wang Damong, why are there no resources on your ship? Also, why did all the wreckage disappear after it sank to the bottom of the sea? Wang Damong sighed when he heard that. I told you before that you wouldn't get anything. I asked you where you went. Tian Lan's expression was cold as she asked sternly. I don't know. Wang Damong was furious when he saw Tian Lan's attitude. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Tian Lan's face darkened. Kill me. Do you think I'll be afraid? This time, Wang Damong did not give in at all. Although he still had some admiration and expectations for Tian Lan, Wang Dameng's temper flared up in the face of such an unreasonable person. Looking at Wang Damong, the deep-sea king scepter in Tian Lan's hand flashed with golden light. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Suddenly, Tian Lan waved the scepter. Then the golden giant statue turned around and led Tian Lan and the stone statue Legion away. Wang Damong felt bad as he watched Tian Lan leave. If Tian Lan killed him now, he would feel better. At least he would be able to stop thinking about her. However, this feeling of being stuck in a dilemma was the most uncomfortable. Tui, indeed, I should be single for the rest of my life. At that moment, Wang Damong gave up on himself. As a homebody, he had never been in a relationship in his life. He finally had the thought of being in a relationship, but he did not expect the other party to be at a hellish difficulty level. He could not take her down at all. This damned game developer, who made the character templates. Tui, 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 Tui. Chapter 395. This damned love. Wang Damong was extremely depressed as he looked around at the vast sea. Thinking of his sorrow, he opened his mouth again and was about to spit when a figure suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water and appeared beside him. Young man, are you done? Can't you have some manners? Are you trying to dilute the salt in the seawater? The one who spoke was a hunched old man with a turtle shell on his back. He looked at Wang Damong helplessly, as if he had had enough of him. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the old man gave Wang Damong a fright. I'm Hai Dafu. Nice to meet you. The old man cupped his fists at Wang Damong. I'm Wei Xiaobao. Looking at the mysterious old man, Wang Damong subconsciously opened the analysis menu. Dr. Hai, Advanced Ghostly Emperor. Character details. The last king of the ancient Nether Sea Nation. After the Nether Sea Nation was disbanded, he voluntarily gave up his power and wandered the various seas of the Netherworld Sea in search of a treasure that could resurrect the Nether Sea Empress. Character status. Nether Virtue Golden Will Protection, Level 8. Wang Damong was shocked when he saw the details of Dr. Hai's menu. He did not expect this ordinary-looking old man to be a super expert. He could not help but be wary. You seem a little nervous. Dr. Hai squinted his eyes. No. Wang Damong denied flatly. You seem to be a little afraid of me. Do you know me? Dr. Hai continued to squint. I don't know you. I just feel that you don't look like a good person. Haha, you're right. I'm not a good person. I'm an evil person. Dr. Hai seemed very happy when he heard that. What do you want? Although the other party was a ghostly emperor, Wang Damong was getting impatient. When Dr. Hai heard this, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Did you really like that woman just now? Did you feel heartbroken when you couldn't get anything in return after giving your heart to her? No, you're lying. Wang Damong, who had been poked in the wound, immediately denied it. Little brother, this old man has been through it all. Back then, I was just like you, falling in love with an ambitious woman. King sacrificed my entire life for her, but do you know what she said? What? Wang Dameng's interest was piqued. She said that I am a good person, and she is an evil person, and we can't be together. Speaking of the past, Dr. Hai blew his beard and glared. So you want to be a bad guy? That's right. I want to be a bad person, a big bad person. I want to let her know that she was wrong. As he spoke, Dr. Hai's face was full of confidence. At this time, a turtle wrapped in seaweed swam past him. He subconsciously removed the seaweed from the turtle's body and gently pushed the little turtle with a kind smile on his face. Wang Damong. Recalling how he was stopped from spitting, Wang Damong suddenly wanted to say, "You're really a good person." However, he didn't dare to, as he was afraid of being beaten up. "Young lad, I feel that your experience is very similar to mine. At this time, I feel that you only have one path to take, and this path will also change the trajectory of your life." At this moment, Dr. Hai looked at Wang Damong with a solemn expression and said, "What path?" Wang Damong asked curiously. "Learning bad things." Dr. Hai said very seriously. "Are you serious?" Wang Damong was a little stunned. "Of course I am serious. Ever since she said that I am a good person, I started to think of ways to learn bad things. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, I have wandered the major seas of the Netherworld Sea, and I can be considered a slightly famous evil person. I am no longer who I used to be. As long as she revives, I will let her see what a real evil person is." Dr. Hai said proudly, "Wait, tell me first, what evil things have you done in the past hundreds of thousands of years?" Wang Damong immediately asked. "That's a lot. It's simply monstrous. Specifically, back then, in order to do evil, I caused a huge tsunami in the shattered sea." "That scene," Dr. Hai said proudly. However, he was interrupted by Wang Damong before he could finish his sentence. "I want to hear the results." Upon hearing this, the smile on Dr. Hai's face instantly froze. He then said in a somewhat dejected manner, then he said dejectedly, "The tsunami blew to the withered Seoul Island inexplicably and brought the many tribes their needed seawater and marine resources that they needed. In the end, I was actually thanked by them." Dr. Hai's voice became softer and softer, and his face was full of dejection. "What else?" "That's impressive. Back then, in order to do evil, I detonated an undersea volcano. At that time, scarlet magma spewed out. That scene. I want to hear the results. Just tell me the results." Wang Damong already had a premonition. Hearing this, Dr. Hai suddenly sighed with a sad face. "I don't know why, but this undersea volcano eruption actually swept out so many creatures. Later, I found out that they were the lava tribe that was sealed in the undersea volcano. When I detonated the volcano, I happened to destroy the seal and save them. That was really unexpected." At this moment, Dr. Hai looked very melancholic. "You're considered an evil person?" Wang Damong was dumbfounded. "Don't look down on me. Back then, my hands were also stained with blood. Those were hundreds of thousands of lives. I carried the bloody sins on my back." Dr. Hai said unwillingly as he looked at Wang Damong, whose eyes were filled with doubt. "Results, results." Wang Damong began to remind Dr. Hai to get to the point. At this moment, Dr. Hai looked a lot older. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. I only found out after I killed them that they were all projections of the heavenly evil tribe. They were the phantom warriors that were preparing to invade the Broken Sea region. In the end, I received the gratitude of all the forces in the Broken Sea region." Wang Damong was speechless. "The detestable Broken Sea region. I have never been to this sad place ever since," Dr. Hai said angrily. "So, have you ever successfully done an evil deed?" Wang Damong asked expressionlessly. "Yes, of course I have." Dr. Hai replied seriously. "Speak." Then Dr. Hai fell into deep thought. Time passed by slowly. Just when Wang Damong was about to lose his patience, Dr. Hai suddenly raised his head with a look of surprise. "I remember now. I once committed a heinous crime. When I disbanded the Nether Sea Nation and prepared to commit evil deeds in the various seas, I left behind an opportunity for disaster in the void ocean. Once the opportunity for disaster is ripe, that sea region will be mercilessly destroyed by the disaster. Ha ha ha. Don't you think that's a heinous crime? Upon hearing this, Wang Damong immediately thought of the Death Clan that was wreaking havoc in the void ocean. He could not help but be solemn. What is the opportunity for disaster that you mentioned? An ancient tree that represents the source of evil and an evil clan. Once the time is ripe, they will sweep across the void ocean and bring endless destruction and disasters. What a heinous crime! Dr. Hai said with a cheerful face. Upon hearing Dr. Hai mention an evil clan and an ancient tree, Wang Damong knew that it was definitely not the Death Clan. After all, the Death Clan did not have an ancient tree. However, he was very familiar with the void ocean. He did not find any evil clan or evil ancient tree in this sea region. However, speaking of ancient trees, Wang Damong's mind instantly thought of his sister, Winchim, and the songster clan that she belonged to. There was an ancient tree called Tranquility that was breaking through to the ghost emperor realm in the land of that peace-loving clan. Could it be that the ancient tree's name is Tranquility? Wang Damong asked with a strange expression. That's right. It seems that you have heard of its evil name. How about it? It's ferocious, isn't it? Dr. Hai looked very proud. Yes, it's very ferocious. Wang Damong was speechless when he thought of the ancient tree that had a self-healing buff and the songster clan that could not eat meat. It must be ferocious. After all, I planted it myself. I have been looking forward to its growth for a long time, Dr. Hai continued, apparently not noticing the strange expression on Wang Damong's face. By the way, why do you think that this ancient tree will become very evil when it grows up? Wang Damong asked curiously. I personally bought it from the Ink Dragon Ocean Trade Association. I wanted the evilest seed. Then they recommended the evilest seed of the ancient tree, called Tranquility, to me. I spent a lot of resources to get it. At this moment, Wang Damong felt sad for Dr. Hai from the bottom of his heart. He was really a good person. Every time he did evil, he would bring about positive energy and kindness. He even spent money to buy a disaster and met a profiteer. He bought the ancient tree called Tranquility that had been guarding Sunset Island ever since. It was simply Wang Damong looked at Dr. Hai's analysis menu again and saw the golden light of nether virtue on his status bar. He finally understood. He even felt that if Dr. Hai continued to do evil, he would probably become a saint. Brat, let me tell you, when you meet such an ambitious woman, you can only become an evil person. Only by becoming a great evil person will you two become compatible, and she will fall in love with you, Dr. Hai said with a serious expression. Looking at Dr. Hai, Wang Damong suddenly felt a little comforted. I am not the worst. Chapter 396. Looking at the proud Dr. Hai, Wang Damong could not bear to tell him the truth about the disaster ancient tree. He was afraid that Dr. Hai's weak heart could not take the blow of kindness. What are you going to do in Koelong Ocean this time? Wang Damong changed the topic and asked curiously, Have you heard of the Evil Alliance? Dr. Hai asked cheerfully, What's the Evil Alliance? Wang Damong was dumbfounded as he had never heard of it. An organization that spans many oceans and is formed by many villains. All of them are vicious and evil. Dr. Hai looked proud when he mentioned the organization. What does it have to do with you returning to Koelong Ocean? Wang Damong could not help but ask. Of course it has something to do with me. I'm one of them. Recently, some members of the Evil Alliance came to Koelong Ocean. I heard that they want to cause a huge destruction in this ocean, so I'm here. After all, how can I miss out on such a huge destruction? Dr. Hai added in the end. Dr. Hai, Wang Damong was about to speak when a roar came from afar. Then a figure dashed over from afar. The person was covered in dark armor, with black mist lingering around his body. He did not look like someone to be trifled with. The man arrived in front of Dr. Hai in the blink of an eye. His scarlet eyes stared at Dr. Hai, through his helmet. Yo, let me introduce myself. This is one of the members of the Evil Alliance in Jade Spring Ocean, Evil Armor. Dr. Hai introduced him to Wang Damong with a smile. Dr. Hai, why are you in Kowloon Ocean? Evil Armor glared at Dr. Hai fiercely, ignoring Wang Damong who was beside him. I heard that you guys are going to organize a huge destruction. How can I be left out? So I'm here, Dr. Hai answered matter-of-factly. At that moment, Wang Damong clearly saw Evil Armor's body tremble. I'm begging you, Dr. Hai, please be a good person. Because of your participation, our abominable organization really can't hold on any longer. Looking at Dr. Hai, Evil Armor's voice was trembling. He had lost all hope for Dr. Hai. He once thought that the Evil Alliance in Jade Spring Ocean would become stronger with the addition of Dr. Hai, who had the strength of a ghost emperor. However, the truth was exactly the opposite of what they thought. After Hai Dafu officially joined them, they had fallen from being the #1 force in the Jade Spring Sea region to the point where they couldn't hold on any longer. He believed that if this continued, the organization would be completely finished. Every time he thought about what had happened during this period of time, he felt sad. Therefore, after a final discussion among the members of the organization, they decided to move the organization away from the Jade Spring Sea and settle down in the Kowloon Sea without telling Dr. Hai. Since they couldn't afford to provoke the powerful Dr. Hai, they could only hide from him. However, they never expected that Dr. Hai would follow them when they had just arrived at the Kowloon Ocean and had yet to set up camp the moment he sensed Dr. Hai. Evil Kai almost had a mental breakdown. With a trace of hope, he quickly rushed over to take a look. When he saw that this person was really Dr. Hai, he almost fainted on the spot. Lingering ghosts, lingering ghosts, lingering ghosts. Dr. Hai, I beg you to be a good person. At this moment, Evil Armor's tone was almost pleading. Evil Armor, I'm such a sinful person. Yet you want me to be a good person? You're going too far. Dr. Hai was extremely angry when he heard that. Looking at Evil Armor's trembling body, Wang Damong observed a moment of silence for half a second. He could roughly guess the process. To pull a great philanthropist like Dr. Hai into an evil people's organization, it was already considered very strong that the organization didn't collapse. Dr. Hai, I beg you, can you withdraw from the organization? Isn't there an evil people's organization in the neighboring sea region? Can you join them? Evil Armor continued to plead. No, I never give up halfway. Moreover, I'm very familiar with the Kowloon Ocean. Why don't you tell me the plan for this great destruction, and I'll help you strategize? Dr. Hai said seriously. Upon hearing that, Evil Armor felt sad. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Dr. Hai, he really wanted to fight him to the death. This was too much. Thinking back to the past, when the Evil People's organization in the Jade Spring Sea was at its peak, they launched an external war. That was also when Dr. Hai had just joined the organization. In that war, they originally had an absolute advantage and could be said to have crushed a few of their opponents. However, at this time, Dr. Hai joined the battlefield. At that time, his lightning summoning actually summoned a lightning calamity cloud. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts poured down. Not only did it not kill a single person from the opposing forces, but it also shocked many of their own dark elemental creatures to death. In the end, the heavenly lightning went out of control and struck down crazily. It almost destroyed the Evil People's organization that had hundreds of thousands of years of history. The most outrageous thing was that even when the lightning calamity was at its most violent, not a single person from the opposing forces was killed. All the people on their side were hit. Another time, the organization discovered an underground relic. At that time, the organization's strength had seriously declined. They originally thought that the exploration of the relic would be an opportunity for the organization to rise again. In the end, because of Dr. Hai's arrival, the relic somehow exploded. Evil Armor still clearly remembered the scene of the treasures that were supposed to belong to them, flying all over the sky. In the end, Not only did they not get anything, but many of their members also died. The most outrageous thing was that these treasures were all picked up by a few hostile sea clans. After Dr. Hai joined, there were countless such incidents. Step by step, the Jade Spring Sea Domain's once top force, the Jade Spring Evil People, gradually declined. Now, it was reduced to a low-level force. Along the way, Evil Armor even felt lucky that he did not die because of Dr. Hai. It was not easy at all. This time he thought that he could start all over again with a new environment. In the end, Dr. Hai followed him again. At this moment, Evil Armor's mentality was on the verge of collapse. By the way, Evil Armor, let me introduce you. This is the evil person I just met. I'm going to recommend him to join our Evil People's organization. At this time, Dr. Hai chuckled and pointed at Wang Damong. Upon hearing this, Evil Armor subconsciously took a step back. In the past, Dr. Hai had also recommended a newcomer to join. In the end, that person turned out to be sent by a hostile force. After that, now Evil Armor inexplicably felt flustered by any decision Dr. Hai made. In fact, he even looked at Wang Damong with a slightly flustered gaze. He felt that this kid was definitely not simple. He was definitely a super big scourge. Moreover, he was the kind that specialized in scourging organizations and not others. Evil Armor, I'm talking to you. Dr. Hai said with some dissatisfaction. Dr. Hai, our organization has just made a decision to cancel the sabotage operation in the Kowloon Ocean. After taking a deep breath, Evil Armor immediately made a decision. He believed that the president would definitely understand him after knowing that Dr. Hai was following him. What? It's cancelled. At this moment, Dr. Hai's expression suddenly changed. Looking at Dr. Hai's pained expression, Wang Damong was completely convinced. The huge sabotage operation that was originally going to happen in the Kowloon Ocean was resolved by Dr. Hai just like that. In merit plus one, Wang Damong thought to himself. At this moment, Dr. Hai seemed to have not recovered from the shock. He asked with a depressed expression, really cancelled? Are you really not going to try again? No, cancelled. The organization is going to hide for 100 years. We won't do evil during this period. Evil Armor hurriedly shook his head. That's a pity. Dr. Hai could not help but sigh. Pity my ass. Why don't you look at who caused it? Evil Armor secretly gritted his teeth and cursed Dr. Hai in his heart. Where is our organization going to hide? Dr. Hai asked subconsciously. Evil Armor, Wang Damong, is he trying to kill us all? Wang Damong was speechless. This is too evil. He is simply a demon in the eyes of all evildoers. Upon hearing this, Evil Armor's body trembled even more violently. By the way, Dr. Hai, before the organization hides, I want to give you a special mission. At this moment, Evil Armor could only change the topic. What mission? Is it the especially vicious kind? Dr. Hai asked happily. Yes, extremely vicious. Evil Armor nodded quickly. Tell me, I like to do evil things. Dr. Hai seemed very happy. This time the organization has decided to leave you alone in the Kowloon Ocean to wreak havoc. It can also be considered as a test of your ability. I heard that if you do well, the president will recommend you to join the Evil Alliance. What? Evil Alliance? Dr. Hai's face revealed a trace of surprise. This was one of his most desired goals. Those who could join the Evil Alliance were all top evildoers. This was also the best proof of an evil person's identity. That's right. Therefore, you have to work hard and try to wreak havoc. The organization thinks highly of you. Evil Armor answered very seriously. Are there any requirements? Dr. Hai asked subconsciously. No requirements. The greater the destruction, the better. You will complete it alone. Is there any problem? No problem. Isn't it just causing havoc? I'm the best at it. Dr. Hai patted his chest proudly. Very good, Dr. Hai. As the core member of the Jade Spring Evil Alliance, I will leave the havoc to you. The organization will retreat first. After saying this, Evil Armor immediately turned around and dashed away at an extremely fast speed. He had to return immediately and inform the president of Dr. High's arrival. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Hey, Evil Armor, where is the organization going to hide? Dr. High couldn't help but shout as he watched Evil Armor leave. Hearing Dr. High's shout, Evil Armor flew even faster and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I still don't know where the organization is, Dr. High said unhappily. Then he turned to look at Wang Damong. Kid, now that the Evil Alliance has gone into hiding, you can only rely on me. I am about to wreak havoc in this region of the sea. Do you want to join? This is a rare opportunity to become an evil person. Wang Damong. I feel like this is a rare opportunity to accumulate good karma, Wang Damong complained in his heart. However, he didn't say this out loud because he was afraid of being beaten up. Furthermore, Wang Damong was a little flustered. Dr. Hai was too scary. All evil people would suffer when they were around him. Would he be implicated as well? He thought about how he had secretly gone online with his school fees when he was young, how he had stolen pears from the Wang family next door, and how he had cheated in exams. At this moment, Wang Damong felt inexplicably flustered. Was he considered a bad person? Chapter 397. What's wrong with you? Do you want to join or not? Dr. Hai asked in confusion as he looked at the flustered Wang Damong. You won't harm me, right? Wang Damong said faintly. Why would I harm you? Although I'm an evil person, I will never harm my friends in the same camp. I still have this principle, Dr. Hai said seriously. Wang Damong did not believe a single word of Dr. Hai's words. If he did not harm his companions, then why was Evil Armor so afraid just now? How dare he say that he would not harm his companions when they didn't even ask him to relocate the organization? As a great philanthropist who was protected by the virtue of nether virtue, did he not feel any guilt and self-awareness in his heart for lying through his teeth like that? Actually, I'm a good person, Wang Damong said awkwardly after thinking for a while. After knowing that Dr. Hai, who was protected by the nether virtue golden wheel, was the natural enemy of evil people, Wang Damong just wanted to be a good person. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to take down that woman who is countless times more powerful than you? Seeing this, Dr. Hai began to encourage Wang Damong to do evil. Looking at Dr. Hai, who had a serious expression on his face, Wang Damong really wanted to give him a punch, if not for the fact that he couldn't beat Dr. Hai in a fight. Why would Dr. Hai make him a villain and then use the unsolvable karma technique of villains must die to kill him? Did I offend you? No, I just want to be a good person. This time, Wang Damong's attitude was very firm. Sai, you can't be taught. Instead of being a bad person, you want to be a good person. You must have been kicked in the head by Tao Wu. Dr. Hai looked at Wang Damong as if he was looking at an idiot and sighed. Wang Damong was speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to beat this good person to death. It was very cruel and infuriating. By the way, I just found out that the little girl that you like has obtained the inheritance of the Nether Sea Kingdom. What do you mean? Wang Damong was stunned. The inheritance of the Nether Sea Kingdom that spanned across 3 large seas hundreds of thousands of years ago. In other words, this little girl has unlimited potential. If you continue to be stubborn, you won't even be able to see her back in the future, Dr. Hai said seriously. Then what should we do? Wang Damong could not help but ask. Become an evil person. Burn, kill, loot, commit all sorts of evil deeds. Rely on evil deeds to quickly accumulate the capital to become stronger and then surpass her. Dr. Hai patiently guided. Get lost. I'm a good person. Wang Damong rejected immediately. Believe me, back then, the Nether Sea Empress was exactly like this. She committed all sorts of crimes during her expansion. It took her a very short period of time to rise rapidly in the Void Ocean and build the huge Nether Sea nation. Seeing that Wang Damong still did not believe him, Dr. Hai immediately explained. I've heard of the Nether Sea Nation, but what's an empress? Also, how did such a powerful Dark Sea Kingdom get destroyed? Hearing Dr. Hai mention the Dark Sea Kingdom several times, Wang Damong couldn't help but ask. That's a long story. The so-called Great Empress is the publicly acknowledged ruler of the three seas. She was also the one who personally established the incomparably powerful Nether Sea Kingdom. When I first met the Empress, she was at the peak of her power. I can still clearly remember how charming she was at that time. So, at that moment, I decided that I would be loyal to her for the rest of my life. Thinking of the past, Dr. Hai sighed. Wang Damang's expression froze when he heard that. You were loyal to the Nether Sea Kingdom when it was at its peak. Yes. What's wrong? Dr. Hai replied doubtfully. At this moment, Wang Damong suddenly thought of the Jade Spring Evil Men organization. A possibility appeared in his mind, so he quickly asked, Then do you know how the Nether Sea Kingdom got destroyed? Destroyed is destroyed. What else could it be? But I still feel that the biggest problem lies with the Great Empress. Dr. Hai said after thinking for a while. Why? Wang Damong immediately asked. When I was discussing with the Great Empress on how to speed up the expansion of the Nether Sea Kingdom, I gave her an excellent suggestion, but she didn't listen. Look, she's done for. Dr. Hai said and sighed. What did you suggest? I suggested that we directly send troops to attack the land of Baiki, which is the closest to the Void Ocean. We should attack with all our troops in one go and take care of Baiki. Then we can make Baiki our first land territory and expand further. And then the Great Empress said that the actual strength of Baiki is unclear, so it's better to investigate first before attacking. At that time, I felt that this indecisive character was not befitting of the Great Empress. It was so infuriating. So I used the Great Empress's decree and ordered Fulgene to mobilize a tidal army to attack Baiki. After all, it's just Baiki. What's there to be afraid of? We can take care of it in one go. Dr. Hai seemed to be very proud of himself as he spoke. What happened? Tell me what happened. Wang Damong had a faint premonition. In the end, this Fulgene was really unreliable. The whole army was wiped out. What a waste! Looking at Dr. Hai's disappointed expression, Wang Damong really wanted to smash his head. He didn't understand anything about going to war with a big domain and directly attacked it. Are you a pig? Sigh, the tidal army was not good enough. In the end, the Great Empress was alerted. At that time, I thought that the Great Empress would personally lead the troops to slaughter Baiki. In the end, she went to investigate alone and even brought back a silly boy named Frozen. And then, somehow, a war broke out between us and Baiki. However, I didn't go. The Great Empress said that only I can fight against Frozen. She asked me to watch over this boy and said that he's very important. However, since we're enemies, I made this boy suffer a lot. I beat him up every day when I had nothing to do. I beat him until he cried. It annoys me. Thinking of Frozen, Dr. Hai's face showed a hint of disdain. You should have lost that war, right? Wang Damong asked carefully. We didn't lose. How could we have lost? Our Nether Sea Empire is so strong. We could only fight to a draw. Dr. Hai said with some dissatisfaction. What happened after that? At this moment, Wang Damong was a little curious. He wanted to know how such a strong Nether Sea Empire was destroyed. Didn't we fight to a draw at that time? The Great Empress asked me to release Frozen, so I let him go. However, I overheard the soldiers say that the reason we could fight to a draw had a lot to do with this frozen boy. When I heard this news, I was very angry. I didn't expect that it was all because of this boy that our Nether Sea Empire didn't win. We only fought to a draw. So, I sneaked to Baiki and found and captured that frozen boy. I beat him up so badly that his face was swollen. How satisfying, ha ha ha. Dr. Hai's face showed a little joy as he said this. Hearing this, Wang Damong was dumbfounded. You're a scourge. Isn't it obvious that the Nether Sea Empire couldn't defeat Beiki at that time? They just handed over the hostages to seek peace. How dare you stir up trouble? Are you afraid that you won't be able to destroy the Nether Sea Empire? So, who do you think caused the destruction of the Nether Sea Empire? Wang Damong asked faintly. How should I put this? Although I don't want to deny it, I have to say that the Great Empress should be the most responsible for the destruction of the Nether Sea Empire. I feel that she wasn't evil enough. She was too indecisive during that war. That's not like the Great Empress. How could you be so shameless? Wang Damong was completely convinced. At this moment, he finally understood. The destruction of the Nether Sea Empire definitely had something to do with Dr. Hai. It was estimated that 99% of the reason for the destruction was due to Dr. Hai's karma skills. The wicked must die, and the evil forces must perish. Chapter 398. It had been more than a year since the launch of Battle Online, so the players were extremely sensitive to the date. That was because every festival meant that they could earn a wave of extra income from the event. They might even receive special rewards from the event, such as hidden classes and special items. Therefore, the players were always looking forward to the festival event. It was June 1st, Children's Day. Many players had already started slamming the table in the forum to urge the officials to start the festival as soon as possible. Naturally, Luwu was prepared for this. At 8:00 in the morning, Luwu officially started the June 1st event. Server announcement. The June 1st Children's Day event begins. Event. Spring Grass Event details. This event will officially start at 8:00 in the morning on June 1st. After the event starts, all players can claim the special quest item Child from the event panel and start the fun journey of the June 1st festival. Event requirement. The special item Child must be a conscious 4-year-old child. The probability of being a boy or a girl will be randomly selected at 50%. After claiming, the player can take care of the child and increase his or her happiness. Happiness can be increased by eating, playing, telling stories, etc. After the event ends, the player will be rewarded according to the happiness of the child. Mission reward. 1 ST place. Keep the special item Child 2 ND to 5th place. Get a chance to draw a special item 6TH to 10th place. Get an epic level weapon crafting qualification letter. Pay for the materials and can be traded. 11TH to 50th place. Get a level 100 purple equipment of the same class, random, 51 ST to 100th place. Get a level 100 purple equipment of the same class, random, 101 ST to 1000th place. Get a level 110 blue equipment of the same class, random, 1001 ST to 10,000 place. Get a level 100 blue equipment of the same class, random. Special reward. During this event, the interaction between the player and the child will have a chance to obtain a special item. Please explore the details during the event. Event hint. This event will be held in all 4 servers at the same time. Each server's ranking will be independent and will not interfere with each other. Event hint 2. If the child's happiness is negative after the event, the player will be punished. Random negative buff. The duration is random for 1 to 30 days. Please do not bully or abuse the child. Official hint. Please take good care of the adopted child and bring him or her to have fun. After the event details were officially released, the players were in an uproar both in the official forum and in the game. Although they knew that Battle Online's event format was different every time, they were still shocked by the event this time. The June 1st event was actually a babysitter. Are we celebrating Children's Day? Are we celebrating Children's Day at this time? The players were stunned. However, in the face of the tempting event rewards, the players had no resistance and decisively joined in. In the beginning, many players were reluctant. After all, it was tiring to take care of children. However, after coming into contact with Bei, Lee's child template, the player's behavior could only be described as delicious. An hour after the event started, every server was filled with the figures of children running around. The event chat channel of every server was even more noisy. Wow, I got a little cutie wearing a doo-doo. I'm going to be a father, ha ha ha. Damn, why did my child bite me as soon as he came out? But he's really cute. Before I pick a baby, I'll first make a wish in the regional channel. Bless my baby to be especially good-looking. Let's do it. Come out, my child. It's you, SSR. Huh? Why does my child come out naked? Why do all of you have clothes? What should I do? What should I do? My child is actually hungry. His happiness value has dropped. Who knows what to feed him? I'll go to the auction house to buy it. I don't have any experience in raising children. I'm dying. At this moment, all the players in the servers turned into babysitters. Their figures could be seen everywhere chasing after their children. In Bei Li's settings, the appearance of these children was especially cute. Many players who were originally prepared to perfunctorily complete the mission could not help but overflow with maternal love. Each of them took good care of their children, fearing that their children would be unhappy. Moreover, in order to increase the children's happiness value, the forums of the 4 servers were occupied by players asking about how to take care of children. This was especially true in the event chat channel. Every time a player's happiness value dropped, they would scream for help in the chat channel. The scene was even more intense than a war. Under such circumstances, the strategy of raising children released by enthusiastic players became the last straw for many novice players. In just half a day, the players of the 4 servers listed 374 ways to make children happy, 2,145 types of food that could increase happiness value, and 1,334 types of behaviors that could be disliked. There were even players who posted the entire fairy tale collection on the forum. At this moment, the style of the official website of Battle changed drastically. Visitors who did not understand the game would definitely be shocked when they entered. They would definitely think that they had come to the communication network of parents raising children instead of the very famous Battle online game. On this day, the players of the 4th Calamity, who were originally extremely cruel, became very kind. Fighting and killing were completely cast aside. At this moment, they only wanted to make their children happy. At around 8:00 in the evening, the players even brought out some tricks for the June 1st event. There was a large-scale situation where they showed off their children, and the situation was out of control. They compared whose children ran faster, whose children ate more, whose children dressed more adorably, and so on. These special items for the mission, the children, became the strongest weapon that the players could use to slap each other in the face. On this day, no one showed off their equipment, level, or opportunities. They only focused on comparing children. How to make their children surpass the children of other players became a problem that many players thought hard about. On this day, while the players were busy, they were unusually happy. Under the players' nurturing, the children had different personalities. Some were obedient and sensible, some were rebellious, some were clingy, and some were jealous. This wave of activities made the players go crazy. As the main theme of Battle Online, on this day, the players turned Battle Online into a nurturing game. Happy, extremely happy. The joy of raising children was beyond the players' imagination. They were completely in love with their children. The day passed extremely quickly in the eyes of the players. In the blink of an eye, it was already 12:00 in the evening. At this moment, a scene that caused the players to break down happened. All the children suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to their parents. They said, "The kindness of parents is more than 10,000 gold. The spring sun shines on every inch of grass in the heart. Warm the quilt and warm the children. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." After kowtowing with a wave of their hands, all the children turned into a white light and disappeared in front of the players. Seeing this scene, all the players were dumbfounded. Many of them could not accept this kind of parting. At this moment, all the players went berserk. The entire forum was in an uproar. All the players were hoping that the Battle Online officials would extend the duration of the June 1st event. Some even hoped that the June 1st event would not end. Pikachu! Sob, 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 bastard officials. Return my Dida to me. I can't live without her. I promised to make her a beautiful, flowery dress. Officials, please return her to me. Surely the strongest. Oh my God, my child is gone. He's gone. I really want to send Blades to the behind-the-scenes team of Battle Online. Kill. 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 Dripping blood knife, crayon _Shinchan. F***CK. My Xiao Xian flew away after kowtowing to me. Officials, please return her within 1 minute. Otherwise, I'm going to start cursing. Meteor _streak _past. I'm under pressure that shouldn't be at my age. I'm raising a child at the age of 15. But I'm still raising him as my younger brother. He's so damn cute. I'm begging my mom to give me another child. But, officials, please return my younger brother to me first. Dripping blood knife, mountain _strength _she. Initially, I was very against this event. But now, I just want to say, you dog officials, please return my Xiaoshan. I promised to take him hiking. Don't make me break my promise. Tong Gua slapping his face, Pokemon _master. I'm also speechless. You King dog officials. I'm telling my child a story. I'm only halfway through, and the child has left. Ck you dog officials. Go to hell. I'll give you 1 minute to return her to me. Zhu _you My bamboo is gone just like that? I feel that my young heart has been severely damaged. He's the only child in my life. I'm going crazy now. If you don't return my child to me, I'll. Anyway, give him back to me. Tong Gua slapping his face. Milk _candy. As a mother of a child, this event has made me overflow with motherly love. I've raised my Xiao Gua as my second child, but she's gone just like that. I feel a sharp pain in my heart. I'm going to get sick, the kind of disease that won't get better until the officials return her to me. Son of the sea, I was fishing with my child just now. I caught a big fish. My child was holding it and smiling happily. I was going to take a picture as a souvenir, but my child was suddenly gone. At this moment, I want to say the King dog officials will die a horrible death. Big wolf dog. I've been riding my child around the whole day. Although it's tiring, I'm also very happy. Damn dog officials, give me back my child. At this moment, the official forum was in an uproar. All the players were more reluctant to leave the event than usual. Although it was only a day from the time they adopted the ignorant children, the children's character development had undoubtedly made many players pour their sincere feelings into the event. Although they knew that the event would end soon, they could not accept the sudden disappearance. The protests became more and more intense. All the players banded together to strongly resist the inhumane actions of the battle campaign officials. Faced with the players' protests, Lu Wu felt very helpless. The June 1st event was originally meant to be a seasoning for the players after the battle campaign. He never expected that the players would develop feelings for the children. What a headache! After thinking about it, Lu Wu could only discuss the countermeasures with Bei Li. After some discussion, Lu Wu made a decision in his heart. Then he posted an official post on the official forum. Official notice. Follow-up notice of the June 1st event. Content. First of all, I would like to thank the players for their support for the June 1st event. Secondly, the official team attached great importance to the players' feedback and suggestions during the June 1st event. After some discussion, the battle campaign planning team finally decided that the data of all the children in this event would not be deleted. At the same time, in view of the players' love for children, the officials are seriously considering the activation of the child grooming function. Players, please look forward to it. Battle Campaign Planning Team. Chapter 399. Kuelong Ocean. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the clear seawater red. Occasionally, A few fish would jump out of the water, creating sparkles in the water. At this moment, Wang Damong, who had originally planned to return to Beiki, was still chatting with Dr. Hai about the past. After listening to Dr. Hai's description, Wang Damong finally understood how the Nether Sea Kingdom was destroyed. First, he tricked the Empress to death. Then, because he was the strongest, he was given the task of taking over the Nether Sea Nation. According to Dr. Hai's description, he had carried out a series of reforms in order to revitalize the Netherworld Sea. However, in Wang Dameng's eyes, these were completely suicidal. He had dragged the struggling Netherworld Sea Kingdom into an endless abyss. Just like that, the evil forces of the Netherworld Ocean were annihilated. Now that he thought about it, Wang Damong felt that Dr. Hai's proposal to establish the 8 oceanic nations might have been part of the cause and effect. The outcome might have been predestined. It was impossible for the 8 oceanic nations to merge, and the idea of reviving the nations was just a joke. Everything was predestined. Scary, scary. To be able to destroy an organization established by a demigod was not as simple as just gaining 1 merit. Wang Damong glanced at the golden wheel of Nether Virtue's protective buff on Dr. Hai's interface once more. How much blood and tears did the evil forces have behind this level 8 golden wheel of Nether Virtue? After listening to Dr. Hai's story, Wang Damong spoke up. All right, I've heard your story. Now it's time for me to go home. After hearing so many stories, don't you have the urge to join? Dr. Hai was stunned. I'll join your grandpa. I've done many bad things since I was young, and I'm afraid I'll be killed by you. Of course, Wang Damong would not say that. He just shook his head indifferently. Forget it. I prefer a peaceful life. Your life is too exciting. It's not suitable for me. Are you sure? Yes. Sigh, it's a pity. What I'm going to do next has something to do with you. Since you don't want to join, I'll go by myself. Dr. Hai shook his head with a look of pity. When he heard this, Wang Damong, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around. Wait, what do you mean by that has something to do with me? Didn't you say you didn't want to join? I just want to know what you're going to do next. Wang Damong panicked. He even seriously suspected that he had been judged as a villain by Dr. Hai's karma, and was officially involved in Dr. Hai's karma punishment. Whatever Dr. Hai did next, whether intentionally or unintentionally, would affect him. Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Don't you know that I'm going to wreak havoc in the Kowloon Ocean? What does that have to do with me? Wang Damong was confused. I just thought about it. If you want to talk about great destruction, tsunamis are still too weak. However, I have now thought of a way to cause earth-shattering destruction, Dr. Hai said proudly. Finish your sentence. Wang Damong glared at him. My plan is to resurrect the Empress as the great ancient evildoer. As long as she is resurrected, the Kowloon Ocean will suffer a calamity. This disaster will even affect the other ocean regions. Don't you think the destruction will be great? Dr. Hai was very pleased with himself. What does it have to do with me if you want to resurrect the Empress? Wang Damong quickly asked. He was really afraid that he would be punished by Dr. Hai's karma. This was just like the butterfly effect. Dr. Hai's karma technique was so terrifying. Every time he did something unintentionally after many twists and turns, he would always be able to get rid of the villains around him in the end. Isn't that girl the person you like? She obtained the inheritance of the Nether Sea, and I'm going to resurrect the Empress. What do you think? What will happen to her after the Empress is resurrected? Wang Damong couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Now that the Empress lacks subordinates, she will probably be recruited, Dr. Hai answered after thinking for a moment. What does that have to do with me? Wang Damong was dumbfounded. Think about it. When the Empress is resurrected and your girl is loyal to the Empress, won't you be a family if you join the evil forces of the Nether Sea? You will be able to see each other every day. What a great opportunity. Dr. Hai analyzed seriously. Bluff, continue bluffing. Looking at Dr. Hai, Wang Damong felt that he was being bluffed. However, he didn't know why, but he was slightly tempted. 3 days later, Konkuan Island. In the deepest part of the palace of the Nether Sea Relic, a beautiful lady dressed in a black royal robe was sitting on the Nether Sea throne with her eyes closed. Even though a long time had passed, there was not a speck of dust on her body, and her skin was still crystal clear. Looking at the Empress, Tianlan's eyes flashed with excitement. For the past 3 days, she had plundered everywhere. Just yesterday, she was lucky enough to kidnap a group of sea merchants and obtained a large amount of treasures. According to Jin Guang, these spiritual materials were enough to support her in accepting the Empress's inheritance. Now was the most important moment for her to accept the Empress's inheritance. As long as the inheritance was successfully completed, she would be the new Empress. Is it done? At this moment, Tianlan looked at Jin Guang, who was arranging the spiritual materials. Yes, the spiritual materials have been arranged. As long as the array is activated, these spiritual materials will turn into spiritual energy and flow into the array. The inheritance can then be activated. Upon hearing this, Tianlan nodded his head excitedly and walked in front of the Empress. Following Jin Guang's instructions, he raised the Nether Sea scepter and pointed it between the Empress's eyebrows. Instantly, the Empress's long hair fluttered, and the surrounding spiritual materials also emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. An array covered in blue veins slowly appeared on the ground and began to absorb the energy contained in these spiritual materials. Seeing this scene, Tianlan's heart was filled with anticipation. However, behind her, Jin Guang's face revealed a trace of mockery. Just as he had said previously, how could a ghost commander-level woman be worthy of the Empress's inheritance? To Tianlan, this was a gamble for her rise. Although it was a huge risk, the temptation of success was too great. She was willing to take such a risk. But to Jin Guang, everything had already been decided. All of this was his plan from the beginning. Since this Nether Sea relic could only be opened by a ghost emperor-level Nether Sea queen, why did he find Tianlan and give this relic to her? Because after meeting Tianlan, he realized that Tianlan was too similar to the Empress. During their interaction, he realized that this person's personality was also very similar to the Empress's. It was as if the heavens had sent the opportunity to revive the Empress to their doorstep. Therefore, he made the decision to give her the opportunity and constantly inflate her ambition. Indeed, with Tianlan's personality, under the unlimited expansion of her desire for power and strength, she walked step by step into the trap that Jin Guang had set. And this array was not an inheritance, but a way out that the Empress had left for herself. And Jin Guang had been searching for a descendant whose soul was extremely similar to the Empress's in the years after her death. He wanted to use her body and soul to awaken the Empress, who was in a deep sleep. At this moment, the time was ripe, and Jin Guang could not hide his excitement. Looking at the Empress sitting on the throne, Jin Guang looked forward to seeing her once again holding the scepter and commanding the 3 big seas. He also waited for the Nether Sea Kingdom's glory to be restored. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and turned into a ray of golden light that burrowed into the Dark Sea King's scepter. Although the Dark Sea King's scepter was held in Tianlan's hand, after Jin Guang's soul was absorbed into the scepter, he was the scepter's weapon spirit, and his master was only the Empress. Without being recognized as its master, he was the true controller and operator of the scepter. At this moment, a barrier suddenly rose from the edge of the array. All the spiritual materials inside were instantly crushed, and a rich medicinal fragrance began to waft within the array. At this moment, the Empress, who had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years, suddenly opened her eyes, blue light swirling in them. Looking at the Empress, who had suddenly opened her eyes, Tianlan was startled. The terrifying might of a demigod was assaulting her, and she couldn't help but want to retreat. However, Tianlan was stunned to discover that she couldn't move her body. Looking at the Empress's lifeless eyes, Tianlan felt inexplicably flustered. Jin Guang, come out. What is going on? It's very simple. You lost the bet, and I lied to you. Jin Guang's voice came from within the scepter. Tianlan wanted to ask again, but found that she could no longer make a sound. The hand that was holding the scepter began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vitality in her body, mixed with the energy of a large amount of spiritual materials, surged towards the Empress's body. Her vision became bright and dark at this moment. A sense of weakness filled her body. Everything became uncontrollable, and she knew that she was finished at this moment. Two figures suddenly appeared outside the spiritual array of the palace ruins. They were Dr. Hai and Wang Damong, who were preparing to revive the Empress. What are they doing? Looking at Tianlan, who was looking at the Empress, Wang Damong asked Dr. Hai curiously. I'm not sure. It seems to be possession. Dr. Hai shook his head in confusion. What? Possession? Wang Damong was shocked when he heard this. What are you panicking about? I will help you protect the girl you like. I have a better way to revive the Empress. Dr. Hai smiled proudly. From Dr. Hai's point of view, this kind of revival was too crude. After all, Tianlan only had the strength of a ghost commander. Although she was supported by a large amount of spiritual materials, the Empress who was revived in this way would definitely not be able to recover to her previous strength. How would she be able to wreak havoc then? Thinking of this, he took out a 5-colored stone from his sleeve and threw it into the array. The moment the stone came into contact with the array, it seeped into it. Then, it shone with thousands of rays of light. The colorful halo filled the entire array, and the 5-colored stone began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the 5-colored stone, Wang Damong was curious and immediately activated his analysis ability. 5-colored fragment treasure. Item details. During the ancient war between the immortals and the underworld, the supreme being of the heaven realm, Immortal Wither, brought along the treasure, 5-colored stone, and fought with the great Emperor Fengdu in the underworld. During this battle, the 5-colored stone was shattered and its fragments were scattered in various areas of the underworld. Item effect. As this treasure is incomplete, its specific functions are not complete. The fragment contains a large amount of vitality and can reverse life and death. Damn, this is good stuff. This was the first time Wang Damong saw a treasure-level item, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Hee, this is the benefit of being a bad person. You can pick up a treasure while walking. Dr. Hai was very proud. Looking at the hidden buff on Dr. Hai again, Wang Damong begged to differ with what Dr. Hai said. At this moment, inside the array, Jin Guang was looking at the Empress expectantly, waiting for her resurrection. As more and more energy and vitality flowed into the Empress's body, Jin Guang became excited. He knew that the time was finally ripe, and the Empress's resurrection was inevitable. However, at this moment, an indescribable energy rushed into the Empress's body and continuously washed over her body, which had fallen into a deathly stillness. This scene stunned Jin Guang, following which a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He thought that this ability was arranged by the Empress before she passed away. With the help of this energy, the Empress would definitely become stronger after her resurrection. However, gradually, Jin Guang couldn't get excited anymore. This was because the energy was increasing to the point that the Empress's body couldn't take it anymore.